heading for Boyle, kind of common.
Do you do that commute every morning?
I do, yeah, I'm tarmacking down there.
Oh, good stuff. So have you much tarring to do today? He said that he's furious.
The welfare benefits were cut for those under 26 in the budget.
All you have to do is listen for Arthur Griffith was
for your journey, as long delays are expected.
For you, and if you're pulled out tomorrow, you can pick a ticket. Which?
It has come to our attention that radio broadcasts on the planet have degraded to such an extent that there is nothing on the airwaves but absolute rubbish. We apologize for the delay in our response, as the airwaves carrying this bullshit have only reached our solar system today. We've dispatched two of our brightest agents in the field to rectify this problem.
To the first ever video edition of the Anti-Broadcast on the 21st of February 2025. I'm nervous as hell. I'm doing quite good so far, so yay me. I'm your host Howard. Up on top, down below is your host Morgan.
Yes. Hello everybody. Anonymity well and truly gone at this stage, so I won't have to blur out my face in any more videos and spend countless fucking hours arsing around with that. So it's odd. It's very odd to finally have the image on screen. Not sure if I should be looking at the camera or the screen, but we're here. So it's time. I guess what's done in the dark comes to light anyway. So rather than give some fucker the opportunity to dox, we'll help them along the way anyway. So here we are in the flesh. This is the actual kitchen. I just had the thought that it actually looks like one of those fake backgrounds. So welcome to my kitchen. So we've had a bit of a, I hate to say it because it's the douchiest saying in the world, but we've had a bit of a paradigm shift over the last month, let's call it. Poor Howard has been in the Stone Ages for the last 3 weeks without any sort of connection to the wider world, living in the third world, also known as the west of Ireland. Weeks without electricity, weeks without internet connection. But we're back, and I think it's been a good break because it kind of gives us time to fucking take in what's happening, and we need, I think, a bit of brightness on the horizon because it's been a pretty fucking dark couple of years for the world and Ireland in general. But we have the Great White Hope on the horizon. Irrespective of what you think of him and his team. Trump has come to the fore, and JD Vance, which I was very happy to listen to his speech to that conference about security in the European Union.
Munich.
Munich. It was really fucking glorious.
It was.
Yeah. To finally have someone on the world stage say what everybody knows to be true, and to see the fallout from that. So I'm willing to take a leap of faith at this moment in time and just go with that because it's badly fucking needed. So hopefully we can capitalize on that and see what comes from it, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. At least for ourselves mentally, to have that little bit of extra fortification against the relentless onslaught of just shit that's falling down from the sky seemingly every day. Like we just found out a few days ago that our police on Gardaí Síochána have been spying on journalists, and we would only have known that because X, Twitter, for whatever you think of Musk, he has decided that he will inform people when there's been at least a failed attempt at the state of demanding personal data.
Yeah, it's no surprise really that the state is spying on people. They've been doing it from fucking time.
Yeah, I just took it for granted as
Yeah.
that's happening.
Yeah, but that it's out there, like, because there are still people who, you know, are of the mindset that, you know, the state is saintly and it would never spy on you. It might spy on the demonic far right, you know, whatever that is. But even that's encouraging. Like that, I don't know. It shows how panicked they are. That, like, if you take Grip Media, they're very, very fucking tame. Like, they ask, you know, very mild and tame questions of politicians. It only seems shocking in Ireland because until they came on the scene, there were no real probing questions about anything. It was essentially a case of like, well, you know, why isn't the tyranny harder? You know, why did the lockdown end after 2 years? Surely we should still be in a lockdown. So to be spying on Gript, I don't know what they intend to achieve, other than, as you were saying to me earlier in the week, just that chilling effect, that kind of Stasi effect of basically, you know, anybody could be spying on you at any given time. And if you get that into your head, well, then what you essentially do is nothing, because you're too fearful to type anything, say anything, ask a question, lest you be rounded up and shoved into a prison, you know. But again, if you're going to operate in this sphere, it's really a given that they're spying on everybody, and they have been for a long time. Like, let's not forget that they, you know, keep hold of our telephone records and communications for 2 years. There's a raft of legislation there already where they can spy on people. But yeah, and then to use this Section 63 legislation, which I think was originally brought in for organized crime, to help them figure out that fucking quandary, and now they're using it again for what? I can't fathom it, because if they simply wanted the footage of events, well, all they had to do was go to the accounts in question and just see the footage there. So unless they're looking,
yeah, there's no extra data that they could have possibly acquired.
Yeah, so it's got to be that chilling effect. And again, they targeted, what was it, 11
in total.
11 in total of people who are to the, I don't know, you could call it the fore of the far right movement, or the general dissent, people with kind of larger accounts. And I think anybody who was involved in it anyway is already being rounded up and questioned and is under surveillance. So it can't be anything else other than that chilling effect, just to let people know that, you know, Big Brother is indeed watching you. And, you know, how pathetic is that? Like, because, you know, really, what's the threat posed? There is no real threat other than people coming to the realization that, you know, you do in fact live in a tyranny. It is in fact a dictatorship. We do in fact live under a regime. But I don't know what level of evidence people will need to accept that, unless they feel it personally, you know. So
that seems to be the only fix in my mind, is that people confronted personally get dragged into the courts for the stupid things that people in Germany and the UK are going to court and eventually prison for. like praying in the wrong place or making a comment about a migrant who stabbed some children, things like that. But that, yeah, we can't sit around waiting for the average person who has no interest in these matters anyway, to be dragged into it, to have that dawn upon them of like, oh wow, I live in a moment in history, and something a little more is expected of me than just going along to get along. It's grim. It's grim, because we really should have had our wake-up call when a MI5 agent, former RUC officer with an axe to grind against the Irish, was made commissioner of our police force, and the first thing he said was, the greatest threat to Ireland is dissident republicanism, a movement that hasn't existed in, if you're being generous, 20 years, 25 years now. Like, what? But, now today it's the Russians, so, who the fuck knows? But you could tell that, well, if you actually thought about it for a few minutes, you could tell that he was there to foster that dis-ease amongst the Irish. And I know I rail on about it again and again, but after he was brought in as commissioner is when, like literally days afterwards, you saw armed police facilitating evictions, which, you really just couldn't make up. Like if you said, oh yeah, a British spy will take over the Irish police, and then we're back into famine era forced evictions, people would say that you're taking the piss, But if that's not enough to wake people up, I don't know. So, like, this is me going back into the misery of like, oh my God, we're all fucked. But yeah, let's just hope that actually Trump is going to come and save us, even though he's going to take away Pfizer and all the tech companies.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. At least on the face of it. Granted, it will affect the tax base of the country, and we have a lot of people employed.
We'll be plunged into abject poverty. Like, this is our golden goose, man. You can't take that away from us.
I know. What a state of affairs where the only hope on the horizon is abject poverty. But what good has the riches brought us, and how many people have actually had the benefit of it? Not a lot. So I think something like 60% of our exports to the US are pharmaceuticals anyway. How good they do, people, it's not even up for debate. Whether the pharmaceutical companies will actually pull out, I can't really see it. I just think our government's going to bend the knee to whatever the current regime in the States want. It's not like we weren't a vassal state of the States anyway to begin with, It's just that they happen to be in line with the Democratic Party. But they will bend the knee. There's a lot of rhetoric at the moment. I saw Sinn Féin today come out to say that they're refusing to go to the States for St. Patrick's Day as a matter of principle, because of Trump's plan for Gaza, which is to take all the people out of Gaza, relocate them. God knows where, if it will be, Jordan and Syria or
Ireland,
Wexford, yeah. Who knows? So they have issue with that, but they seem there's a lot of solidarity there between Sinn Féin and the Palestinians, as we can understand. But there's more pressing issues at home. Yeah. What goes? It does. It's an empty gesture. Like, we refuse to go to the States, even though you haven't actually been invited. And I don't think the voter base really gives a flying fuck at this stage. I think the left has done so much damage to the Palestinian cause that it's essentially turned people away from it. It's been completely fucking counterproductive. But again, it's another distraction. They just need to focus on what's good for Ireland, but they won't We know they won't. So it's really incumbent upon the average citizen to do what they can to bring about a change. It's a big change, but I think lots of little acts combined will kind of see us over the line, and a bit of poverty and a bit of pain wouldn't go amiss at this stage, because, you know, when people are generally comfortable, there's not much to, you know, shake them out of their slumber. We know working class people are feeling it, lower middle class people are feeling it, but there's a lot of people who are very, very comfortable. People in, you know, state employ, people in the employ of these large multinational companies, very good wages. We have an extra, 500,000 people brought into the country in the last couple of years who are more than happy to take up any slack, who will work for fucking peanuts.
Yep.
So we still have that to contend with. A lot of problems, but there's some fucking level of hope on the horizon. And I'm just praying and hoping that our leaders do get an invite to the States and they get a serious fucking dressing down.
Hiding is what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, it will be glorious. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. I think if they don't get the invite, they will try and spin it like what Sinn Féin are doing, that they refuse to go as a matter of principle. But I don't think they can, because so much rides on it, and their base is essentially state employees and those who are wedded to the multinational corporations that are in Ireland, who have been particularly woke in their agenda. There can be no doubt about that. Google is essentially woke. The large pharmaceutical companies are woke, if not in actuality, in how they present themselves to the world and their employees internally. That's the mantra that's been preached. So we'll see what happens. But again, nothing wrong with a little bit of pain to wake people up. I think we're already in enough pain as it fucking is. But at least it's good to hear, you know, somebody in the international stage to say that, you know, this is what democracy is supposed to mean. You know, old-fashioned things like freedom of speech, not putting people in prison for silently praying. Yeah, you know, you know. But I mean, that's how bizarre it is. Like that, these people who, you know, nullify elections, want to shut down free speech. You can't have a dissenting voice, and you know, it's not like people are, you know, planting bombs throughout Europe to overcome this. All they're doing is essentially, you know, posting online and having a protest in the street. Granted, you get the odd case, like say Coolock, where people set fire to a building, and that's seen like that's the worst thing you could ever do. Like I'm currently in the middle of an argument on X with somebody, where they're trying to say that the left have never used such tactics.
Huh?
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking, you know, within the last week or something like that, or the last year. Like that's as far as it goes back. But again, it's all a fucking nonsense. Even this whole left-right paradigm horseshit, it's all fucking nonsense. Like the same people who would have been protesting water charges, you know, 10 years ago, are the same people who'd be out on a protest in Coolock to stop an iPass centre. Like it's all fucking, it's all horseshit. Like, yeah. So there's some hope on the horizon. Still with RTE, still the same nonsense. They're still rolling out people like this fucking John O'Brien clown. Where you made the fucking great observation that he's a unifying force because he seems hated by fucking everybody.
Left and right are uniting against him.
Yeah, which seems great, but he is kind of symbolic of what's wrong in Ireland, and it's not like he's just some random dude. Like, so he's teaching the youth of Ireland in Maynooth of all fucking places, with his particular view on European affairs. So what did he say? He said Trump was a narcissist.
Shall we play the video?
Yeah, let's play it.
Yeah. You know, since we're on you know, on video now, you know.
Yeah, we have that ability. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I forgot to do is simulcast the radio station. But nah, forget it. It's grand. It's over. It's done. All right. Here we go. And we'll full screen that. Yay. This is lovely.
Donald Trump is a narcissistic sociopath, and in the space of a month, he has sent the United States hurtling towards not just authoritarianism, but dictatorship. I do not use those words lightly. If you look at the array of things, Katie, that has happened
What is that
in
laughter
recent times,
there? Is that...
if you look at
Who is he?
Some American dude. I don't know if he's an ambassador or I don't know exactly who he is. But
Right.
yeah, desperately holding in little laughter.
I mean, it's so Kino.
do not use those words lightly. If you look at the array of things, Katie, that has happened in recent times, they were almost unthinkable. We always thought about the United States, whether it swung Republican or Democrat, as a place where pluralism would win out, where there were checks and balances. There are none left. The Republican Party...
This is just absolute shite this guy is spewing out of his mouth right now.
Yeah, he's essentially, it's projection on every level, personal and about
and
the Irish
collective,
system. Like, where are the checks and balances in the Irish system? Nowhere to be fucking seen. The Dáil is stacked. It's a rigged fucking game. The Seanad, the same. We've got like fucking maybe 6 or 7 senators in the Seanad at the moment who are failed politicians. The public rejected them at the last election, and then they're just stuffed quietly into the Seanad for the next 4 years until they re-emerge. So yeah, to have the balls to come out and say this about the States is fucking beyond the fucking joke line.
Yeah, it's special.
Yeah.
The whole thing about the JD Vance speech is that he exposed Europe for the Orwellian shithole that it is, because he's right. People are being locked up for what they're saying, for silently praying in the wrong place. Elections are being cancelled. And there's a whole load of other things he didn't point to, but, that was enough. It's really war is peace, freedom is slavery, 1984 kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, without a
And
doubt.
here we have this Muppet. I don't know why he was brought onto RTE. No clue. Spouting this same shit. It's the inverse of what's happening right now. And this idea that there's no checks and balances left in the United States. I mean, there's going to be, what is the Supreme Court that, judges on the constitutionality of things. There's challenges being brought. It's going to be looked at. Those checks and balances are still there. It's just that these things take some time. And by the way, asshole, and all y'all out there who think that Trump staged a coup, he is the president. He's the leader of the executive branch. And he was elected. Not all of these federal employees who are saying, oh my God, the sky is falling, the world is ending because I am losing my job. Those guys, they weren't elected. Nobody decided that they should be there. And it is completely the president's prerogative to just fire them. I don't see how those guys keeping their jobs facilitates democracy, but we're not dealing in the same language here as people like O'Brien. For him, democracy is 70 grand given by USAID to fund a fucking LGBTQ plus musical in Ireland because it promotes his agenda around the world.
Yeah, and Ireland's pretty fucked. Like, so that was a kind of strange example, but I think the USA Ireland fund in the last 10, 20 years, something like 80 billion has been pumped across into Ireland for different events, and our trail of accountability in this country is it's just non-existent. Like, we still have that hospital that's not going to be built now until 2029.
Oh yeah, did you hear they want another 850 million?
Yeah, just to complete it, like, and that's without even fitting it out with the equipment, then to train people to actually be able to use that equipment, and then staffing issues. So we're probably looking at another 5 years. I think they built something pretty similar in the UK for 300 million, in Spain 350 million, but in good old Ireland it seems to take 10 to 20 years and costs billions upon billions of fucking euros. Like, it's an absolute fucking joke. But again, I think it's what we've come to expect, and I think people are horribly fucking demoralized because nothing ever seems to change. I was convinced with the last election that there would be at least some sort of change, but nothing kind of came of it. And I think it's easy to say, Irish people are just fucking retarded. I think at this stage we've got to be looking at some sort of fuckery around elections, because I refuse to believe that, given everything that's transpired, that 40% of the electorate didn't vote, that someone like Philip Dwyer got 1 vote in Newtown, Mount Kennedy. Given everything that transpired there, it's just a little bit fishy. I don't have respect for Philip Dwyer, but I don't have much love for him. So it's not like I'm a fanboy, and I just couldn't fathom how he couldn't get more than.
Oh no! He's definitely a draw for countless people. Because he's out there in the world, talking to people, shaking their hands, asking them their opinions, and broadcasting those opinions for them. That counts for something. You're going to recognize that guy's face on the ballot sheet and give him at least one of your preferences if you're even questioning the influx of immigration and things like this, So it is weird. I've always suspected. Well, look at me tooting my own horn. No, in the last few election cycles, I've been suspecting that this isn't right, because you'd think at least groundswell for Sinn Féin, Social Democrats. That's another one that I often hear out of friends and random people I speak to. Is Social Democrats. I don't know why, but that does tell me that they shouldn't have been losing seats.
Yeah, I know. And to think that the likes of Helen McEntee could get re-elected and Simon Harris could get re-elected, I just refused. I fucking absolutely refuse to believe that Irish people are that stupid or downtrodden or beaten. You can blame the education system, you can blame the fluoride in the water, but there has to be something else at work. Of course, the problem is there's no way to actually fucking prove it, and then to actually suggest it is like, oh my God, are you saying Ireland isn't a proper democracy? It's not. And these people always go on about our democracy. Have you ever noticed that when they refer to democracy, like they're attacking our democracy? It is their democracy, because it's a fucking twisted version of democracy, where there's an election cycle every 4 years. We go on the strength of what they tell us, how it's transpired, and then that's it. You shut your fucking mouth. You do what you're told. Whatever laws they introduce, you have the right to protest. You can gather in a centralized location, make some nice fancy banners, and shout at the sky, and then what? Nothing fucking happens. Like, nothing happens. And then when somebody sets fire to something, well then, oh my God, like, everybody has a fucking meltdown Like, why are you doing this? Think of the firemen, think of the children. And the reason people do it is because it fucking works. It's throughout history, it's been shown to work, that violence does work. Just have a look at Trump, like, you know, all the weapons, all the fucking power in the world, all the cards. And yeah, we're now into the era of the strongman. And Ireland as a country on that front is fucked. Because we've nothing to offer. We've Micheál Martin offering to send Irish troops to Ukraine as peacekeepers. Like that would work out fucking well. What are we going to do over there? Fucking nothing. So yeah, like I said, you know, big problems. We've probably got 4 more years of this shit, but there is hope on the horizon if Trump and co are true to their word. Well, then it is going to have a trickle down effect on Irish politics, and these people will change in a fucking instant. Like, they'll probably need some sort of event, so they can save face. And
Yeah,
there's rumors on the horizon that there is a suspected terrorist threat to Ireland on St. Patrick's Day. That, you know, ISIS are planning an event in Dublin on St. Patrick's Day, as per Interpol. And they're planning attacks in various other countries. So I don't know, maybe somebody in a rickshaw will, you know, run over 3 or 4 people in Dublin. The government will all of a sudden change of heart. Yes, there is a problem in Ireland. We do need to start deporting people. However, it may be Irish people who blame it on the resurgent IRA. Like, and they'll start deporting us all to Gaza. We'll all live in the New Jerusalem. That is Gaza. But you can, if I was a betting man, I would say that they will go whatever way the wind blows on this one. So yeah, the world has changed. Like, and the German elections coming up, we'll see how the what's it, AFD is it? Yeah, we'll see how that transpires. But Ireland, unfortunately, is a lapdog. So whatever these guys are told to do, they will do. And then it's incumbent upon the people who are dissenting at the moment to take fucking hold of that horse, the reins of that horse with both hands, and fucking ride it for everything it's worth, because it could easily end in a matter of a year or 2. It's not like these people are just going to lay down and accept it. So there might well be a lot of trouble on the horizon. But I'm happy. I'm happier than I've ever been in the last maybe 5 or 6 years. There's always that niggle at the back of the mind that goes, okay, well, this is just the plan to further a bigger agenda. But we have to fucking take whatever victories we can get. And siding with Trump and co, it makes me uneasy because you know, essentially they're whores, you know. Really, they fucking are. Like, you know, there's not many who aren't. But there is a part of me, I don't know if it's just clinging to hope, but I do get the impression that they're genuine. And listening to JD Vance, he's either an excellent bullshitter, but I got the impression that he was, in fact, being genuine in what he said, you know. And a recent convert to Catholicism, of all things, as well, which I found very, very odd. You know, you don't get many people converting to Catholicism in their later years, you know. For him, and who else? With Candy Zones, didn't she recently convert to Catholicism as well?
I've stopped paying attention to that woman a long time ago. Yeah,
I think she's on this trip now of Brigitte Macron being a man, which wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, so I think we'll take hold of that bit of positivity and use it to our advantage, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said earlier, I think it's going to be in the form of abject poverty. Yeah. I mean, it's just so keynote, man. You know, look at this woman. Like, what? And this cuts out Macron himself, who is more rounded in his shoulders and more relaxed. But I don't know what that is. Actually, to be fair, I'm not even going to say she. I don't know what that is. But she did feel the need to sue some kind of publication in France for suggesting that she might be a man.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
she failed.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know because there's a good few of them now as well who have ropey looking wives who are very mannish looking. But unfortunately for women, when they get past a certain age, they do tend to
Sure.
morph into men, and men into women. Men get titties and can start going all doughy.
Yeah, it's the change in the hormones. Yeah, but I mean, I'm sorry, but Michelle Obama.
Yeah,
you can't use that argument with this one.
I know. And there's who's the other one? Is it Chuck Schumer's wife? Let me see if I can bring up an image of her. Like, this has to be a man.
All right. But I was going to say abject poverty. Yeah, we're only going to be happy as long as we can order in food from Deliveroo and we have our Netflix subscription. Once those go, then people start asking questions.
All right. How do I get this fucking image to you, or can I just add a scene on this, or?
Can't you press the share screen button and?
Yeah.
Like, is it on your browser?
Yeah. Okay.
Or send it to me.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. It's easier that way. I won't be faffing about with the fucking thing. I'll send it to Skype there.
Yep. Do. There does seem to be this kind of trans agenda that's been going on for way longer than the recent upsurge in children and elderly men deciding they're the opposite gender.
Yeah, and even with look at that, like, Jesus fucking Christ, like that has to be a dude.
You know who it looks like?
Senator Roland Mullins.
Oh no! Oh God, no! Actually, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna call that up since you mentioned it.
Yeah, but like,
it Ronan Mullins plus Austin Powers. What's his name?
Oh, Mike Myers.
Yeah, Mike Myers and Mike Myers and Ronan Mullen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, how could you like mount that? Now, I know, Love is Blind and all that kind of fucking shit.
Sure, but they haven't slept together in a long while, if at all.
That's the only pearl necklace around her neck is the one she's wearing. Like, you just couldn't. Maybe with a pillow over the face or something, but yeah, there's definitely something amiss. And even beyond that, like for Brigitte as well, let's not forget that Macron was her student, like a 14-year-old boy. So at the very least, there's just some questions need to be asked about that kind of behavior. If it was reversed, if it's Macron showing up with his wife who he fucking groomed at 14 years of age, there would be serious questions asked. So yeah, it's all very strange. And so just with the chat, there's a protest in Rosslare tomorrow at 2 p.m. So if anybody's listening and wants to get down to the protest in Rosslare, we'll then head down that way. It's close enough to me. So
at the harbour, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a couple of protests at the harbour, like kind of slow marches and stuff like that.
So what is it, noon or 2 or something?
12 p.m. I think, or 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Let me see.
Ah, okay.
Where does it go?
Those details are important.
Yeah. Are you going 2 p.m.? Yeah, so 2 p.m. protests at Rosslare harbour. Yeah, kind of two thoughts about protests, but it does get people together and people can network. Yeah, it's fucking awful looking.
Yeah, grotesque for sure.
Yeah, but again, like, what is she, like 70 fucking 6 or something ridiculous like that?
Yeah, at this point she has to be. Who's this? Leader of Swiss Parliament, is it? Yeah, I forget her name. Oh, you know, I could have done a little preparation on this if we knew we were going to be insulting women's looks. Shit, what's her name?
But let's do someone from home. Let's bring up Norma Foley, for fuck's sake. Like, talk about, you know, men in drag. Like, let's have a look at this fucking creature.
All right.
Yeah, look at that. Like,
I mean,
that's one of our good.
Not
there.
as bad as. Hang on. I need to change that. I'm learning how to use this new stuff. Yeah, I mean,
that's not a bad photo, actually. I mean, in fairness,
it's not terrible. We could find a worse one to make fun of her with.
Yeah.
Let's see. Actually, let's just switch around to this. This is a little bit scary. This one.
She's actually not bad there. In fairness, I've seen a lot worse.
Sure. Yeah.
Never a full length photo of her either. That's because she's below the shoulder line. She's a big fat fuck as well. You'd never know. There you can see her getting wider. Yeah, but there's something I missed. I don't know. Maybe they're just ugly fucking women. Like, so. There's her, and then there was Jacinda Ardern as well. I think many moons ago we looked at her walking, and she seemed to have a big swinging dick as she was walking along as well. So, there's definitely something amiss. But yeah, again, just these people, like, they're, and again, always with the pearl necklaces as well. Maybe that's a sign. They're just letting people know that this pearl necklace actually means something fucking else. Like, but yeah, again, to listen to them and then to, you know, wax lyrical about how it's good for children to, you know, have, you know, porn introduced to the curriculum and to bend their minds with fucking gender nonsense. And then they just shift them around. So I don't know what department she's moved to now. And then Helen McAtee, isn't she now in charge of children's education? So she's been swanning around schools. I think she was last seen in that school, I think it's Sing Street in Dublin, where they wanted to turn it into a Gael school. I don't know if it's currently an Educate Together or something, but apparently the teachers don't want that because it wouldn't be inclusive if they turned it into a Gael school.
Wow.
So they want to run with the current model of essentially a migrant school, where there's, you know, there are 15 to 20 different languages being spoken in the school. And that's more important, that we have a diversity of languages and people in the school rather than, you know, take hold of our own language. And so we may not be so fucking schizophrenic in the future. But no, this is how they continue. So obviously Eric English there, Rosslare, Europort tomorrow, 2 p.m.
Cool.
Yep. So if anyone's listening and they're close enough proximity, get down there, show your support. If I can get down myself, I will. Not sure what the deal is with flying a drone over Rosslare Europort, but I'll have a look anyway.
Yeah, too.
Yeah.
Willie I has noticed that we are live and has asked if he can be on for 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, hang in there, Willie. We'll bring you on a little bit later in the show. Just let us know how long you can hold on for. It'd be nice to chat to you. We haven't spoken to you in a while. Thought you were dead. To be honest, we thought those fucking storms in the Carolinas got a hold of you and washed you away. But I think you're one of those guys, you'll live to be 120 or 30 years of age. You're bulletproof, you know. So hang in there, Willie. We'll bring you on, see what's happening. See if the Trump bug has got a hold of you. But yeah, so if you can get down to Rosslare, get down to Rosslare. Again, not a massive fan of protests, but they have their use. And yeah, if that's your calling, go for it. Everybody has a different fucking calling in this battle. So every little action helps and adds up. And again, sends out the message that, you're not alone, that things are happening. I think we get caught in this trap of, how do I change the entire fucking world in 6 weeks? And how do I make Ireland free again? This is how you do it, essentially. It's every little fucking act you take, every protest you show up at, every connection you make with somebody else. Even if you change one person's mind or can bring somebody to reason, that's something. And over time, that all adds up. And it will fucking change. Like it seems in Ireland, it takes, a long time for things to change. But, it's one of those constants, like change is the only real constant. And it will change. And even if it doesn't in your lifestyle, well, then at the end of the day, as long as you're fucking trying and you're out there doing something, when it comes to your last days, well, then at least you can lay on your fucking deathbed and go, do you know what? I tried. I did everything I could. And you stayed sane in the protest. You didn't just shrink into fucking depression and sit there and resign yourself to the fact, oh, well, there's nothing I can fucking do. It's all hopeless. It's all depressing. Sure, why do anything? Let's just fucking constantly talk about the horrors of the world and how we're all helpless and hopeless. Nothing can be done. Well, it can. And if worse comes to worse, well, then there's always the power of fire, and that's not an abdication of burning down buildings, but it fucking works. Let's be honest, it works. And with Coolock, there's the prime example. We and others have traveled around the country looking at all these places that, had protests about, we're not going to let these men into these hotels, and every one of them fell by the fucking wayside. Because that particular tactic, in this instance, it doesn't work, and it hasn't worked anywhere. It seems there's kind of two avenues that do work. One is burning the places down to the ground, and the other action is going through the courts and getting an injunction to stop the building going ahead. But that's easy. There's a workaround with that as well, because then the government will just, take that option away from people. So yeah, it's not a blessing on my behalf to do that, but it's disingenuous to say that it doesn't work and it doesn't achieve anything. Clearly, it does, and if that's people's calling, well, then that's your calling. At the end of the day, you got to live with yourself and what you do to make things improve, and it's somewhat hypocritical for people like Micheál Martin to, come down on those people that they should be, locked up for 5 years, that they shouldn't be allowed to speak or have an opinion. Yet this is the guy who's willing to send fucking young Irish men and women off to Ukraine for what? To keep the peace exist. And how do how do the people in those other countries feel about Irish peacekeepers? Are they glad they're there keeping the peace? Anyone I know who's come from a country where they have Irish peacekeepers fucking hate them, because they don't see them as Irish peacekeepers. They see them as part of the United Nations, and the United Nations are not really there to keep the peace. They're there to keep the locals down, to keep them away from the gold mines, to make sure they go and get their vaccines for Ebola, and then when they get kicked out of those countries, the natives fucking cheer with delight.
Well, Lebanon, though, we're loved there.
Are we though?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, there's plenty of evidence to show that. Yeah, we're very well integrated into the community, and we do a lot of just general kind of charity work for people there.
Okay. Were we not recently attacked in Lebanon?
Yeah, but not by the Lebanese.
Or who was that? Hamas, was it? Or
no,
or
Israel.
Israel. Proof. I want proof. I want proof. I won't stand for this. Israel's responsible for everything.
All right. Look, I was trying to look this up, and brace yourself. Right.
Okay.
Okay. This is horrifying.
Oh wow.
Yeah. This is Merit Schneider, the Swiss politician who wants to ban X. And this is veganism. This is what veganism does to you.
Yeah, I think I read something about her and she had anorexia as well. Clearly,
well, I mean, it's the same thing. It's an eating disorder, really.
Yeah, it's like she's turning into a fucking fish or something. Some gills.
I've never seen these flaps before on someone's face.
Yeah, I've seen them elsewhere on a woman, but not that high on the body. Yeah, that's shocking, and yeah, that should be a disqualification from politics right there. If you are mentally ill, it's time to step aside, take a break, give up the seat until you get better, and then come back stronger and braver. But yeah, not good for a woman as well. Let's face it. Beyond if the looks go, it's like like a poor man. Is you better be fucking charming. If you've no money and you don't have the body and the face to go with it. But yeah, I think if a face tells us a lot about a person, it seems very shallow. But in many instances, it does seem to be a tell, Yeah.
Yeah, poor kid, huh?
Yeah. Okay, so John O'Brien, he's our gobshite of
the week.
Yes. So we're going to have this competition. At the end of the year, we're going to visit the annual recipient of the Gobshite of the Year award. I'm hoping it's John. I want to get down to Maynooth. There's something deeply disturbing seems to be happening in Maynooth University. If this is
that's always been a leftist kind of enclave,
Yeah. But who's running it? Is it still under the control of the Catholic Church? Is it, or?
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing to say otherwise.
Yeah, because the Catholic Church has gone pretty woke as well, hasn't it? So maybe a new pope is on the horizon. I believe Francis is not very well at the moment. He's double pneumonia.
I saw a headline there from the Vatican saying he passed a peaceful night, and my heart was almost in my mouth when I saw passed as passed. I'm like, oh no, it just means that he actually got good night's sleep for once.
All right, that's nice.
So, I don't know. Maybe he might pull through. Maybe he has another year left in him.
Yeah, we'll see what the next pope. Might be an African pope.
Like you have to, consider who's picking the popes, and it's, I don't think it's just the cardinals. I think there's the Jesuits behind.
Yeah, well, that's the black pope. I was thinking more of an African pope.
Oh, speaking of Jesuits, the biggest charity for importing and sustaining migrants in Ireland, the Jesuit Refugee Service, has shut down because it turned out that USAID was its primary source of funding.
Wow.
All those tents that you saw along the canal in Dublin? Yeah, that's who bought them all.
All right. Wow. And a lot of accommodation is provided by the Catholic Church as well, isn't it? So it keeps popping up that all these IPAS centres are located beside primary schools. And it's essentially because the schools, the property itself is owned by the Catholic Church and the surrounding areas as well. And they're not doing well on the profit front either. A lot of people have turned their back on the Catholic Church, and the weekly collections ain't what they used to be. So they have to, get the money back somehow, and that would be, selling a lot of land. And then the problems that arise from that. Yeah, but I didn't know that about the Jesuits. But it's not unusual for the Jesuits to have their grumpy fucking hands and things now, is it?
Since the beginning of Christendom itself, it seems.
Yeah.
We're gonna pick a gobshite of the week every week if we can, right?
Yeah. Oh, there'll be no fucking shortage.
No.
So this week it's Professor O'Brennan. I'm not sure who we'll have next week.
Well, one will make themselves apparent. As you say, there's no shortage. By the way, this photo isn't just like a screenshot that I took of a video of him that was just happened to be very unfortunate. This is the photo up on Maynooth University for his bio. Isn't that just... I mean, does the editor of the website hate him? Or is it just laziness? I don't know.
Probably laziness. It's just like, or maybe he's just so busy.
Yeah.
He's in such high demand that, the only time they could get him was, coming down a flight of stairs. Yeah. Sorry, just for a moment, John, please. Please. So he teaches European studies, isn't it? I wonder the size of the class. I wonder if we could sneak into one of the lectures. That might be interesting, or just pop a camera in there, and,
Yeah. I am a professor within the Department of Sociology. I also hold the Jean Monnet Chair in European Integration, and I'm the director of Maynooth Centre for European and Eurasian Studies, which is a designated Jean Monnet Centre of Excellence. Just general kind of sociology and Eurasian studies.
Yeah, so people aren't happy now. People are ringing up Maynooth University and demanding that he loses his job.
Right.
Which
that's not going to help.
No, again, a tactic employed by the left. They seem to have their knickers in the twist now that the tables are being turned, as we knew they fucking would. I don't know if I'm not a fan of that, but I doubt that Maynooth University would, in fact, fire him based on a couple of hundred people ringing up, because they would know, well, it's members of the far right, and it's
not how that works.
They shouldn't be listened to at all.
All right. Well, as you've suggested, at the end of the year, we're going to have our lineup of under 50, I'd imagine, because every week we won't be able to pick one. And we'll crown one gobshite of the week, the gobshite of the year, and hopefully, we'll be able to get a plaque made for the occasion. And we'll go to Maynooth ourselves in person and present him with his plaque, gobshite of the year. Yeah,
I think even if he doesn't win, I think there has to be an honorary award as well, much like an honorary doctorate. So we'll crown him with an honorary award, and see if he'll accept it. He doesn't seem like the most pleasant of men, to be honest.
No.
But we'll track him down.
And I don't know how you feel about this, but I think to balance it out, we need a legend of the week. So this might be a little bit too on the nose, but I think legend of the week has to go to Donald J. Trump.
All right, what a picture!
It's actually his official portrait.
All right. Didn't I say he had his mugshot photo hanging up in the Oval Office as well? His first press conference in the background to the right of him. He had his mugshot up as well. Definitely a legend. I put JD Vance in there as well.
Oh, it should have been him. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, we can switch it around, there'll be many weeks. So yeah, Trump, I said we have to give it a Trump for this week. Like, so he is the kind of man of the moment. Maybe next week, JD Vance and Musk as well. We'll have to talk about Elon at some stage. I'm convinced in that interview that he gave with Trump and that he referred to himself as the president of the United States.
Okay. Shall we call it up and
yeah, because like it's kind of muddled. The subtitles didn't help. The subtitles didn't seem to pick up what he actually said. But maybe if there's people who were listening, if they can throw their 2 cents in as well and see if Trump actually or Musk refers to himself as the president of the United States.
Yeah, because like you said, it was muddled because he's in the middle of talking and then he gets talked over and then he has to repeat himself, but what he says afterwards is not what he originally said, which is interesting. Oh wait, there's a timestamp on this, isn't there?
I think it's 57, in around the 57-second mark.
Oh, 57 seconds. That's nothing in there. Okay.
It's a great photo, though, isn't it? Like, it's a powerful
it is
image. Like,
it's very Rasputin-esque, I think.
Many a 14-year-old girl on Epstein Island has seen that face. Like,
Actually, you know what? I saw a meme of this, and I didn't know what the context was. But you know this the lacing pattern on the window of a microwave.
Yeah,
that was overlaid over this photo, and it said, "What my chicken nuggets see at 3 a.m. in the morning." That was funny. Yeah, so I don't know where we're starting, so we'll figure it out from here.
I said, you guys do what you think is the right. It makes sense.
I think it's fine.
I think it's a very low. I was looking to get much more money than that.
So you gave him a discount when the lawsuit.
He got a big discount. I don't think he even knows about it.
He's become one of your. If you read and believe the media, he's become one of your best friends. He's working for free for you.
While I was the president, I just want to be clear about that.
Huh?
He said while I'm president, didn't he? Maybe go back.
Or he said, "I'm not the president."
I heard while I'm president because he was saying that basically because Trump was saying that. Hannity was saying, how does it feel to be working for Donald Trump? And then you could probably tell by Elon, it's like, that's a blow to the ego because, how dare you? Like, I don't work for anybody really, So I'm sure he said, while I'm president. Now, he may have meant to say, while Trump is president, but there is that kind of conspiracy theory on the left that, Trump is actually, Elon's boy or Putin's boy, depending on the day of the week, but I just thought maybe it's a Freudian slip. So maybe we can play it again. We can see the material a little bit better.
You gave him a discount when the lawsuit.
He got a big discount. I don't think he even knows about it.
He's become one of your. If you read and believe the media, he's become one of your best friends. He's working for free for you.
While I was the president, I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah.
While I'm the president,
I'm the president, yeah. And then there's a pause with Hannity, and it's like, what? And look at Trump's face. It's like, he wasn't supposed to say that. Yeah, but.
Or, it's this backmasking effect, with the record, you use your finger to make it go backwards, and someone says, hey, listen, it says Satan is Lord.
Yeah, no, I think he said while I'm president. Now, he may have meant to say, while Trump is president, well, then he'll work for him. As soon as he's not, it's like, well, adios, but like Musk couldn't be elected as a president. Like he doesn't have the gravitas, like nobody could really take him serious as a presidential frontrunner, you know, where Trump has the kind of the gravitas to pull it off, and he's been in people's minds for the last 10 years, essentially playing the role as president with his Apprentice show, you know. So yeah, I don't know, but most did say he's there as tech support, and he seems to be taking a fucking sword to every department in the US government, which is needed, because that's the only way to shrink the government, is essentially to destroy all those departments and to kill them entirely, because if you just reduce the numbers, we know with government that
they'll just grow back.
Yeah, it's exponential. Like, so you can't. It's the problem with all kind of minarchist government, is that it essentially has this inbuilt ability to just expand and expand and expand all the fucking time. And more worrying is what's going on with this guy in the bottom left hand corner's eyebrows. And can we go back there for a second? I've never seen somebody's eyebrows dance as much in my fucking life. Like, I don't know what's going on here. It's just constant shock and surprise.
You know, the team running Twitter says, I said, you guys do what you think is.
I think he's just hopped up on whatever the fuck he's drinking.
Maybe.
But it makes sense.
I think it's funny.
I think it's a very low. I was looking to get much more money than that.
So you gave him.
Yeah.
Like Morse code.
Yeah. How did you end up on an Asmongold reaction video, though?
It's down to Dr. Samuel Hyde. In his address to Elon. So he mentioned what's his name?
Asmongold.
Asmongold. So he mentioned Asmongold, and then my curiosity peaked. So it's like, who is Asmongold? So initially I thought, oh well, it must be some kind of leftist commentator. But then it brought me across to him, and then I just learned a little bit about him. And yeah, so an interesting guy. I haven't, listened to much of the stuff, but he has seems to have good takes and massively popular by all accounts as well. Like, his videos get millions upon millions of views. Did he start off as a gaming streamer? Was it, or?
Yeah, and I guess that's still what he does, but now he just reacts to, well, not just, but, he reacts to, whatever it might be. And yeah, he does tackle woke stuff on there.
Yeah, because, I think somebody sent him along Sam Hyde's video, and then he reacted to that, and essentially he agreed with every minute of it,
Okay. But he didn't pick up that Sam Hyde was actually making fun of him.
Well, he did, but it didn't seem to bother him much at all. He just got kind of caught up, and yeah, what he's saying is truth. And then what Osman is it? Osmongold? Asmongold? Yeah, Asmon. Then his fans again were essentially saying that initially it was like, who is this fucking idiot? Who is this retard? And then as the video went on longer and longer, it was like, oh yeah, dropping truth bombs. Like, people, I think people just have this view of Sam Hyde as just this joker, but when you sit and listen to him for more than 5 minutes, and especially in that video, the video about Musk and the video against Vivek as well.
Yeah.
You can easily tell he's not just some clown. He's a pretty fucking
clued in,
pretty intelligent guy who has his finger on the pulse, and has an excellent way of getting the message across. So people should definitely check that out. I see Gary was just saying JD is after Trump. That's the plan already. Yeah, I can see that. 4 years of Trump, another 4 years of JD Vance, depending on how it goes. Like, if their economy does tank, which I doubt it will, well, then it might be a different kettle of fish. But it would have to be some huge event, really, for it not to be 4 more years of the Republican Party after Trump goes. That's even if Trump makes it that far. So I think it was CNN, one of their news anchors was essentially dog whistling for people to execute him. like,
right.
yeah, saying, how long can it be before there's another assassination attempt? Like, there's so many people with bullets with this guy's name on it. Like, how long can it be? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Incredible, really, the shit they can get away with. But yeah, so I don't know. People are very nervous about Elon Musk having the ear of Donald Trump. Yeah, and I have my own worries about Elon. Yeah, I don't know if he's what the fuck's going on here?
Oh, this is Asmongold's house.
Oh, right. Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck is going on there? Like, was that a grow lab there for a minute, or holy fuck, what a slob! Like, Jesus Christ.
Kitchen. I mean, there's explanations, I guess. He lost his mother and stuff like this, and
yeah, that's no excuse. Like, Jesus Christ, I lost my mother, but fuck me.
Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is that he basically just lives in his bedroom, and this is just kind of a place that he goes to prepare his food, I guess. But, the rest of the house.
Is that his girlfriend, is it?
Oh, no, that's the girlfriend of the guy here that's doing a tour of his house.
All right. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Can't he get a fucking maid? Like, he's got like 3 million fucking, or how many subscribers has he got to his channel? Multiples of millions, is it?
It has to be in the double-digit millions, yeah.
All right. Okay. I know.
Just looking at Asmongold's Social Blade here, and he has 3.42 million, but still, that's pretty. It's massive.
Yeah, fuck. What's he spending his money on?
Computer probably
equipment.
Nothing.
Yeah,
he's probably hoarding it like he's hoarding things in his house.
Yeah. Well, this is actually great. Like, if ever, fucking shut-ins needed some sort of motivation not to change, it's like, here's the guy. Like, you can fucking live in filth and stay in the bedroom.
I honestly, like, if I, lived in a house that looked like this, and then I watched Asmongold, I would feel in severe shame about how I live, and I would be motivated to, change. The thing is, after that initial shame, it's just like, well, I guess, I'm not the only one that kind of lives like this, so I don't need to feel too bad about it. I just need to make healthier choices.
What the fuck, man?
Fucking a taxidermied owl.
Crow, is it? Yeah, I don't know. It looks like one of those hoarder fucking shows, where
it does. It fucking does.
All right.
Oh yeah, he makes them steak.
All right, that's fucking rank. Okay, I need to grab a cup of tea, and I need to do this fucking nasal rinse as well. Like, so.
Yeah. So are you gonna do it for us on camera?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it'd be holistic, wouldn't it? Maybe I can, put the wash into the cup of tea and gargle with it or something. Like, it might give me some release. Right. I'll turn this camera off for a second. Do we have any music, or are you happy enough to kind of hold the fort, or?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can hang around because I don't know what we'd play.
Yeah, nothing like that.
Because of the
okay, yeah. I'll leave the camera on. I'll just mute the microphone so we don't have the noise of the kettle blaring in the background.
All right. Yeah. Go for it.
That shit good, bro. That shit good.
Yo, you don't dry off the pan before you put the butter in?
What's the worst case scenario?
I mean, nothing. It'll evaporate, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
I've just never seen the technique.
You want me to put the moth in there?
Sure.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, 3 roaches.
And
nice. Black mold.
Black mold where?
That shit right there.
Oh no, that's there was a like a possum or something that came in through the light.
Oh yeah, there's a hole in the
Oh,
ceiling.
what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Oh,
Okay.
That's how they got in.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do here is we have the 2 steaks, and we'll turn on the burner here. We have 4 people here. Jay, I'll make you a steak as well. And
Wow, look at that. There you go, man.
let me go. Yeah.
What was that face you just made, Jay?
You're like,
Wait, this motherfucker got 4 trash cans.
Well,
wow,
yeah.
you're so clean.
well,
One,
my
two,
mom had a
three,
strategy. Whenever we ran out of room in the trash can, we just buy a new trash can.
Oh.
You don't have salt or pepper?
No, I got upstairs.
Oh. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
This is really what's going to take the most time, is cooking up all of the potatoes.
You want my help?
No, you can. It's just a fucking microwave.
Oh,
It
okay.
takes time. And steak number 1.
Dude, that
What
pan is
kind
not
That is
hot.
fucking so cold.
Steak
What do you mean?
is that?
It's supposed to like make sound when you put it on.
Exactly, and the sound actually sears it to the pan, which makes it harder to clean, which wastes time.
Yeah, stupid.
My bad.
And then after I get them both in the pan, stab the shit out of them. Get this one here.
You want to know how this hasn't been
This
opened?
is not
in
how
months?
you cook
Because it's
steak,
prepped
by the
where
way,
if you open it,
folks.
shit falls out. You see the shit fell out.
Hello, CJ Audits. How's
I
it
will
going?
say, credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
This shit smells good.
It does. The potato smells.
That smells stupid good.
And we'll do the other 2 steaks after this. We'll do a little bit more butter. Yeah, that's a drawer full of stuff.
Oh, birthday candles.
Birthday candles, yeah. There's those. We got hammers. Yeah, rubber bands.
Yeah, that's a standard
incense,
drawer.
Probably a bunch of other crazy
Like a drawer of that.
And then I don't know if there's anything in the oven.
I'd be able to.
Oh, those are
mine.
brownies. Those are from like last Valentine's Day. I'll put those back in there.
Does your dishwasher work?
No.
Okay.
I try to use as few dishes as possible. That way I don't have to wash them.
Oh, these are fresh cookies.
Yeah, those are actually fresh ones. There's like 10 other boxes in the house, but this is the only fresh ones.
Dude, I love eating the shit my friends like to eat. That's good. That's a good ass cookie.
It is a good ass fucking cookie. See,
Oh,
look at this
wow.
fucking steak.
That steak.
Now it's looking
boiling
better, right?
In that pan.
You were getting stressed out, weren't you, Jay? He was getting stressed out. So we got 1 steak right here.
What are you doing?
What more? Oh, you don't want to use that. Don't use that. Oh, the ice is melting.
Come on, look around.
30 years. It's probably
Around
fine,
the
right?
house that you're in.
Do you have smoke alarms?
What?
He's seasoning
And we
the
got one more
steak
potato
after
after this,
he's
and then we'll
seared
have
it.
everything.
I'll go prepare the table outside.
Excellent.
Yeah, that way we can eat like a family.
Do
Okay.
you want like paper towel?
What did you need that for? You're literally wearing pants. This is pretty much good to go.
I'm gonna see what that's gonna do.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You ever like watch a streamer and you're like, oh man, they're probably way different. It's probably just a character. This is crazy to me. This is like, Jay, this is fucking crazy. Bro's lived like this for like 30 years, bro. This is insanity. I can like feel his whole life here. Like I can see where people have been. I can understand the stories that have happened. It's actually fucking wild. You want to see? Did you see the crater over here? Oh, look at that. What the fuck? Oh, that's a tennis ball. Damn, bro. It's been here so long it's turned blue. What the fuck? When you look at these things, you can guess, like, how long they've been here. And then you come over here, right? And you look under this and you see all the toys. So you'd assume that there's, like, kids here. And then you realize Asmund's an only child. And these kid toys are just his from, like, 30 years ago. Look at that. Lil Tyke's yellow car. Those were the squirt guns him and his friends play with. It's like you can see a whole man's life in one house.
You said this one's mine.
So this house is like a time capsule, but it just never changes.
Wow, it's like we're having a picnic.
Full disclosure, I'm just keeping it a buck. The seasoning is burnt to fuck.
It's because he didn't turn down the pan heat. It
did.
still smells good.
It does. I'm just keeping it 100%. You know. There you go. Thanks, bro.
Wow.
Well, thank you
Dr.
for the
Pepper,
meal, man.
that's what he
Yeah.
drinks.
For dinner. This looks great. How do we dress this properly? Like, do we put the
Okay,
steak
so you get the
sauce?
potato right here, cut it right open on the middle. Then I get the salt and
You
pepper.
really can't fuck up a potato. Like, it smells good.
I'd want some butter in that potato.
Fun fact about A1, it actually never actually goes bad. It just turns into like wine.
That's crazy. That's good as fuck. It's actually good as fuck. Try that shit.
Okay, first time real, authentic Asmongold steak.
See that? You know what's crazy though?
That's for you.
It tastes just like beef jerky.
It does.
Yep, just like beef jerky.
You want to know what my favorite food in the world is?
Beef jerky.
That's right.
Yep.
Right.
You know, like, it is a little dry, but it's
supposed to be
not
dry.
bad.
But it's dry, and then that sauce.
Because like if it's
Fix
dry,
it.
that means there's nothing bad.
Welcome back.
Any bad mold or anything
Thank you.
like that. It's gonna get through.
If you eat it like this, it feels like you're eating beef jerky.
Okay.
It's literally just beef jerky.
I mean, shoot, it makes.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ugh, fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't think you were going to do it right now.
Yeah, fuck it. It feels better already.
I bet.
I've still got 11 people watching. That's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the numbers are only going up.
Won't say this on RTH, right? Let me get this over my lap. Myself. Fuck. Oh, good fucking Lord. Woo! No. We're not going to go with that. Oh, CJ's in the house. Hey, CJ. Cheers for coming along. Woo. Oh, fuck me. Oh, okay.
That was brave, man.
Yeah. It feels a little bit better.
It should.
Still a bit congested. Okay. All right. Viewership's gone up to 16. Okay. That's a weekly occurrence. Apparently, nasal rinse will increase viewership by, I don't know, what's 50%. There we go.
Yeah, 55%, let's call it.
My math ain't what it used to be. It's still on my hand as well. Like,
Oh, Jesus Christ. Wash your hands, man.
it's got a saline like that.
Oh, and it's your snot too, man.
Well, it's all good. It's an ancient Irish cure. Like, yeah. I hope this bottle is fucking. I think I've had it for a year. I think you're supposed to replace them after. Yeah, it says it there. Replace bottle every 3 months.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, it's somewhat better though. So yeah, maybe we can get a sponsorship.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paddy's there. What the fuck is going on here? Good question, Paddy.
Mm-hmm.
What we're doing is it's like a real life podcast, So next week, if you tune in, you'll see me straining to have a shit on the toilet. That'll be a new and unique aspect of everyday mundane life, how it actually is. Yeah, my sinuses are playing fucking havoc with me, so I had to do the nasal wash, and Yeah. Yeah, so 420's eating. Sorry, 420.
No, no. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Okay. So now you're warned. From now on, don't eat when you watch the anti-broadcast.
Yeah. Yeah, it can only get worse now because I'll have to up the ante next week. So if it will end up in self-harm, like probably cutting myself live on it, like just to get a couple of extra viewers in. There's still a little bit left, so I may as well use it fucking all. Like, so, hang on. No, it's poor design. I won't take up the last 16th of the bottle.
All right.
But I'd recommend it, and not everyone can do it. It's
no, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, everything in your body says no. I shouldn't be squirting water up my fucking nostril. Then you can feel it go down the back of your throat. But it helps us identify with the sisters and homosexuals out there. What it's like to have warm fluid suddenly injected down the back of your throat.
Oh no, I completely forgot
solidarity.
that it actually comes out the nose sometimes.
Yeah, depends how long it's been. Anyway, all right. Okay, where the fuck do we go from here?
I don't know. Should we have a wee chat with Willie?
Oh yeah, let's bring Willie on. So for people who don't know who Willie is, Willie's a friend of ours from the States. So he's from North Carolina. So we've been in touch with each other for a couple of years. Willie has his own podcast, the Willie I podcast. So we'll bring Willie on. Maybe we'll ask Willie to go over his that amazing story he told us before as well. We'll catch up on him first, but then see if we can get him to tell that story. I thought it was a series of events that happened over 4 months. Do you remember the story I'm talking about? I think it was the first time. I'll say Willie remembers because I can't really remember much about it myself, to be honest, in the details. Other than that was fucking hilarious. But yeah, let's bring Willie on. We'll say hello to Willie. See how.
All right. Yeah. He asked me what the link was, and then I told him, and he said, "LOL, really okay." So I think he's coming now.
All right, great. Yeah,
he's
I know distilled water, so the instructions tell me to boil water for 5 minutes if it's not distilled. Probably a terrible idea. Probably fucking like concentrated the chlorine and fluoride in the tap water. So I'll destroy my nasal cavity. But it could be worse. It could be doing lines of coke on air, So. Do we have Willie or is he?
Give me 5. He said.
Right, give him 5. Okay.
All right. Let's for the time being, let's go back to Asmongold.
There's no way some guy's gonna sit there and eat shit for 12 years. That's good as fuck. I mean, I assume not.
There are people that go to Whataburger regularly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I expected it to be a little bit more bland, like not like in an inedible way, but I mean it has a lot of flavor.
That's what putting a bunch of seasoning on it does. I'm also, I'm not a big eater, right? So
what are they eating?
It's like for most people,
it's steak.
That's steak.
Yeah. You know what? Let's go back to when he was cooking it.
I do. Like, there's definitely some trash, but.
What, you say you don't have any trash in the house?
Well, what I mean is like not designated trash, right? I mean, you could make the argument that like 95% of everything in the house is trash, which Tectone you did. I think that you're right. But I'm not trying to actively throw those things away. It's just, it is what it is. I did get steaks and everything. I went to the grocery store yesterday. This is the steaks.
What fat percentage is that?
I don't know.
And I'm like,
who the fuck wants to eat fat?
My ass. That shit good, bro. That shit good.
Yo, you don't dry off the pan before you put the butter in?
Well, what's the worst case scenario?
I mean, nothing. It'll evaporate, I guess.
Yeah,
I've never seen the technique.
You want me to put the moth in there?
Sure.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, 3 roaches.
And
Nice.
Jesus.
Black mold.
Black mold where?
That shit right there.
Oh no, that's
I think I've given up the high moral ground to say that's
possum or something
disgusting
that came
anyway,
in
so I have to
through the
stay
light.
quiet.
Oh yeah, there's a hole in the
Oh,
ceiling.
what the
Yeah.
fuck?
That's
Okay.
how they got in.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do here is we have these two and we'll turn on the burner here. We have 4 people here. Jay, I'll make you a steak as well. And
Wow, look at that. There you go, man.
let me go. Yeah.
What was that face you just made, Jay?
You're like,
Wait, this motherfucker got 4 trash cans.
Well,
Wow,
yeah.
he's so clean.
Well,
One,
my mom
two,
had
three,
a
four.
strategy. Whenever we ran out of room in the trash can, we just buy a new trash can.
Oh.
You don't have salt or pepper?
No, I got upstairs.
Oh. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
This is really what's going to take the most time, is cooking up all of the potatoes.
You want my help?
No, you can't. It's just a fucking microwave.
Oh, okay.
Jesus fucking Christ. Some gory.
Dude, that
That's
pan
not a
is
steak. What kind of fucking steak?
No, it's not. It's not what I would recognize as steak.
No, like there's no fat. There's fucking it's flat. Maybe it doesn't even look like minute steak. It looks like a fillet of fish or something like. Okay. Oh, what's 420 or A40? My wife says you'll get a bacterial infection in the brain if you don't use distilled water.
Right.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right. R.I.P. Morgan.
Oh, yeah, finally some fucking peace.
What do you mean?
It's supposed to like make sound when you put it on.
Exactly, and the sound actually sears it to the pan, which makes it harder to clean, which wastes time.
Yeah, stupid.
My bad.
Then after I get them both in the pan, stab the shit out of them. Get this one here.
You want to know how this hasn't been opened in months?
What the
Because it's
fuck is
prepped
going
where
on?
if
The
you
pan's
open
not
it,
even
shit
hot,
falls
is it? Did he throw it into a
No.
bowl?
You see?
Oh Lord.
I will say, credit where credit's due. This shit smells good.
It does. The potato smells.
That smells stupid good.
And do the other 2 steaks after this. Do a little bit more butter. Yeah, that's a drawer full of stuff.
Oh, birthday
And
candles.
Birthday candles, yep. There's those. I got hammers. Yep, rubber bands. Incense. Probably a little bit of crazy shit in there.
In
I
fairness,
don't know if
everyone
there's
has one of
anything
those
else.
drawers. in
Yes.
the house.
Oh, those
Yeah.
are brownies. Those are from like last Valentine's Day.
Lord.
Back in there.
Does the dishwasher work?
No.
Okay.
I try to use as few dishes as possible. That way I don't have to wash them.
Oh, these are fresh cookies.
Yeah, those are actually fresh ones. There's like 10 other boxes in the house, but this is the only fresh ones.
Dude, I love eating the shit my friends like to eat. That's good. That's a good ass cookie.
It is a good ass fucking cookie.
I don't understand Americans. It's pre-packed cookies. You know, I'd expect them to taste good. Otherwise, if I had a comment at all about the cookies, it'd be like, "Ugh, this is rotten. Don't buy those again." It's not
What is that
gourmet.
fucking thing in the pan like?
It's boiling in the pan is what's happening.
Yeah.
See, look at this fucking steak. Now it's looking better, right? You were getting stressed out, weren't you, Jay? He was getting stressed out. So we got one steak right here. What was? Oh,
I
you
don't
don't
believe
want to
you're
use
drinking
that.
it like fucking.
As I said, you know, who the hell does this? You know, in a house that looks like that. Hey, Willie.
What's up, dudes?
Yo, Willie.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I got my earbuds in.
Go, so is that the biggest fucking hat I've ever seen, or is it? Is
It's
it
just a
the angle
camera,
of the
man. It's just a camera. There you go.
All right, we thought you were dead, man. We thought that
Presenting,
storm.
boys. So how you doing, though?
Yeah, we thought you were dead, man.
Yeah, nah. I've just been busy, man. I just like, I don't know. I can't explain why I quit doing podcasting. I can't explain why, or why I just poof,
Yeah,
disappeared. You
life
know?
happens.
I just, oh yeah, I mean, I got me this truck and got me, you know, you already know about the Chrysler, but yeah, I've just been walking a lot and now jumping back into doing podcasting
Good.
again.
We
So,
look
you know,
forward to that.
yeah.
Yeah, you have to show us your new truck from the outside at some point.
Oh, she muddy, but I gave her a bath, but I went mudding Wednesday and because it was snowing and she got muddy. But if you want to see
Yeah,
the
look,
truck,
it doesn't matter if
yeah, I'll
it's
show
muddy,
you.
man. Jeez, you know, you're a working man. You're allowed to have a muddy truck.
How do you switch?
There you go.
Oh, dude, you can't.
Nice.
Yeah, here's the truck right now. Yeah, so it's a good truck. Yeah, the paint's coming off now. I just painted it black, but I washed it and it's peeling off. But that's the second. That's the first color I painted. It was silver, and the black's just peeling
Right.
off now. But yeah,
All right.
not
Good
bad truck.
stuff, man. That's a nice truck.
Oh yeah. Oh.
So Morgan, what's this story?
So
yeah, I don't know. Willie, do you remember the kind of first time, maybe the first or second time we had you on the podcast? And you were telling us this fucking story.
Yeah.
But I can't remember this. I just remember it was fucking hilarious, and I thought it was the story was over like this happened over like 4 or 5 weeks, but it was all in the one night. Do you remember it? I know. I need to give you more.
Detail, man.
My fucking, maybe I have that bacterial infection already in the brain that's just fucking fried my brain. But I remember, I know it involved the car, and you were fucking driving from one place to the next, and no, fuck it, I'm not gonna drag it up.
Not happening.
No. It's not. Maybe it'll probably come to me in like in fucking 10 minutes time. But I just remember it was fucking absolutely fucking hilarious. But yeah. Anyway, forget that because it'll go nowhere. I know. Yeah. So how's fucking things in the States with Trump being elected? How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, it's different in a way that I can honestly tell you there's a massive difference. All right, so massive difference is so when Biden was in office, it seemed like the cops down here were more of a douchebag kind of thing, if you know what I mean. Like they would pull you over for some dumb ass shit. And lately, the cops have. Well, I mean, I don't know if Trump's done anything or made any. Well, I mean, I know he signed a bill about how you can have your exhaust and you can make your exhaust loud as how loud you want to make your vehicle and make it how low you want and shit. But luckily haven't dealt with no cops this year. But also, I don't know, the prices of gas is still the same. It's not much has changed. I'm not gonna lie, really not.
But just
much
in how you feel now that Biden is gone, that Trump is in there and JD Vance, and they seem to be, actually care about freedom and freedom of speech. Do you feel like there's a fucking weight lifted that it's, although you can't look to anything and go, okay, well, the price of food has gone down, the price of fuel has gone down. Do you feel like psychologically it's like, oh my, thank God, like there's some fucking hope on the horizon for America, given everything that's been happening in the kind of.
Yeah, okay, I get what you said. Oh, yes. I'm honestly happy I'm happy he's back in. I mean, this is gonna sound stupid, but I don't vote because I just don't vote. Okay, but I wanted him to beat Kamala, which he did, and I'm happy about that. And I'm happy that he took, and this is gonna probably piss off a lot of people, but you know how I am. I don't kill. I'm happy he took away the transgender community thing that people are doing. You know what I mean? Because that right though, that was like I don't know. I don't know how to explain how that was. I mean, it was just dumb. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
get what I mean. I think you know. I don't think they're supposed to be like. I don't think kids should be switching to gender. And I'm happy Trump was like, yeah, there's only two genders, which there's always been two genders, you know. And the freedom of speech thing, I'm happy about. Though I really am because, dude, I mean, Joe Biden really did. Excuse my language, fucked up this country pretty bad. And it wasn't just him though. He was actually a puppet being controlled by Obama and Kamala Harris to do the dirty work because he didn't want to do anything you know besides cocaine. You know he had to do that cocaine. You know?
Yeah, yeah. People were joking that
Yeah.
the last presidency was actually Obama's third term. You know, because
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, there was so many signs that showed that Obama was pulling some strings, if you know what I mean. Especially gas prices.
yeah,
Oh,
I wish that you know we could have the same blessings over here because you know I am brought to tears every time I have to fill up on petrol. It's getting stupid.
damn, I'm,
Fuck.
how
I
much
mean,
is it?
how do I even quantify this? Because I just look at I see numbers and I think, well, you know, they should be lower. So I'll go to the next petrol station. Morgan, how can you quantify that for an American?
Let me see. So
You do gallons, right?
3.7 liters in a gallon times
Yeah.
188. So like I don't know, $7.50 a gallon.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to laugh, but that's some
I
shit.
know, right?
I mean, hopefully you guys get paid
No,
decently in
not for that level.
Ireland.
That price of fuel. Like, so yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, man. So what's the average price of a gallon of juice over there?
Well, right now, okay, so the North, which it depends on the states, actually, it depends. Okay, so let's say Democratic states, their gas is at 30 something a gallon, and Republican states right now
Wow.
are at 2 something a gallon. So, like, right now it's 2.85, and up north where I'm from, which is Democrat state, well, technically a liberal state, either way, it's a blue state. They're at 3.13, 3.40 a gallon.
All right. And how's the love life?
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's you know, it was rough in the beginning. Everything's always rough in the beginning, but pretty good, you know. I mean, I've learned how to relax and be understanding. If you know what I mean.
No, what do you mean?
Well, the last time we spoke to him, he was with a girl, and I guess that came to an end at some point. Ah,
No, I'm still with
okay,
the
all
same
right,
chick, guys.
good. You're easing into it then. Things are good for you guys.
Oh yeah, it's not too bad. It's just you know,
Yeah.
it just takes progress, and
It
progress sucks.
It pays off though, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, I get to come home to a woman, not coming home sad, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't matter. I mean, I come home happy either way. I get to see, you know, somebody, and I get to talk to them about my day. So I guess that works out. I mean, normally I don't even talk about my day. I just go and jump on some Call of Duty with my boys, and really stress that way. Or I just go mudding in my truck, but it's not bad, man. I mean, if you get in a relationship, just be prepared for shit to be different. Excuse the language, but you know.
How long have you been with her now?
4 years and
You guys
2
engaged
months.
or?
Yeah, we've been engaged since 2 years ago. you know, last time we talked, we were engaged. It's just we had up and
Mhm.
downs, and you know how that
Yeah.
works, you know. But
Yeah.
You
It'll,
got,
it'll
you got
how it
plans
is.
for marriage, or just keep that on the kind of long finger?
Well, the way I see it, which a lot of people probably call this stupid, but to me, I don't want to have to sign a piece of paper if I say I want to marry you. If you know what I mean, I don't want the government to go, "Oh, I can approve it that you're married." You know what I mean? Fuck that. You know what I mean? You know, I just don't see how
Mm,
I just don't want a government in my life. You know what I mean with that because that's my choice,
I hear
not
you.
theirs. You
How
know.
does she feel about that? Is she buying that argument?
So, oh, I mean, she agree. I mean, she agrees with me. I mean, I don't mind giving a wedding if we do end up, you know, really having a wedding or anything like that. I don't mind, but it's, you know, it's just, it's just different, if you know what I mean. I'm old school. I'm trying to live a way that man should be living, and not the way, well, the government's 6 years in every damn business that you
Yeah,
got.
I
You
get
know what I
that.
mean?
Like, a lot of people that want to go near the law or have the law or government involved in a wedding. Like, have you thought about just doing it kind of off your own bat, like that? You know, the two of you go have a private ceremony. Don't have to get the government involved. Don't have to make it legal, but just to commit to each other in front of friends and family or shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know what we call that down here? I'm sorry. I mean, I'm out from the south, but you call that a shotgun
Yeah,
wedding right
yeah.
there, you know? Yeah, you should
If
look
she
at
ain't
you should
pregnant though,
look
is
that
she?
up,
Like,
Desmond.
you
That's
haven't? She's not
funny.
pregnant. No.
Oh no, not yet. I mean, it's all up to God on that one. I mean, I keep doing the deed, but you
yeah.
know what I mean.
Yeah. God has his own plans. Yeah. And speaking of which, I think I remember a little bit more about the story Morgan wants to hear about. I think you met God in this story, or had some kind of
Oh, you're talking. Yeah, I mean, I think I know what you're talking about. You talking about when I was homeless?
Yeah.
during then, yeah.
No, yes. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna say one part that you might know. I don't know. So one day I was when I was homeless, like I think it was like 6 years ago. Which is it's really not a long time, but you know, 6 years ago. I'm at a rest area waiting for my paycheck to come in, and the state that I work for decided not to pay me my last paycheck of $1,000, and I broke
Mm.
down in anger more than crying because I don't cry for some reason. I mean I do get tears, but anger is what I use
Mm-hmm.
instead of sadness. You know what I mean? So I mean I stopped beating the snot out of the ground. You know, I'm just hitting the ground with full force, and like I don't know, something caught my I guess my attention or energy, and I look to the left of me while looking at the ground, and I see a pair of feet, and they're in sandals, dude. Like sandals that we don't make. You know what I mean anymore? Like I don't know any country that has old biblical sandals. I guess I can call them that. And it had like this, like whatever it was, which the presence of the person felt like relieving, like so relieving that you probably could just. This sounds so messed up, but this is the only way I can explain it. You could probably blow your brains out and not die. You know what I mean? It was like that. It was so happy, but like I was staring at him. Or I can say him because it was man feet. I can't say it was a woman feet because they were like man feet. You know, and it had a robe that went down like it was a weird white robe. I can't explain. Like it's not like a robe that
Mm-hmm.
we wear when we take a shower and you put it on a robe.
Like a toga or something.
It's like I don't know. I don't know how to explain
Mm.
the robe. Yeah, something like that, and it was white and it draped down to the sides of the sandals, and you can see the feet. But as soon as I felt relieved and like all the worries disappeared. But when I went to look up, nothing, dude. And then and nothing was there, dude. I was like. whoa, you know what I mean? It's that experience, right? Though, it's different. It's a different experience that people in church would experience if, and this can probably offend a lot of people, and I don't kill, that would experience it if they stopped judging each other in the church and having a pastor preach the same crap every day and not them going out and actually experiencing life. Because when we go to walk every day and we do the same routine, you're not experiencing life. You're experiencing your routine of your own life that you chose to do instead of adventuring around places and actually getting connected with yourself. Because you're not, I mean, you deep down, if you're not really truly connected to yourself if you always feel like something's missing. You know what I mean? Which a lot of people have that issue, and I understand why. Because some days I really do feel that way, but when I pray, I don't feel that way. Which I'm sorry, and I'm not preaching at all here. But if to find yourself in life, you really gotta experience life. You can't just keep going and going to your next job or you know what I mean. I understand we gotta make money apparently to survive, which you can go live in a jungle and survive. I'm just gonna say it, but a lot of people don't know that because the way our governments, the way they teach you in schools, they make sure that you can only survive relying off of money and their help. You know what I mean? So the relieving of, I don't know. You know
No,
what I
we
mean?
hear you loud and clear, man. And you're right. You have to get out into the world and just let it pass through you. Like it's easy to forget. That we live in a magical world, really, is what it is.
Yeah, it is. It's a brainwashing world, dude. It's not the reality that true. It's a different reality because that we created as a kid because we got taught. You know what I mean? All this stuff, and then when we get into the world, our reality or the projection that we see life is what we were taught, not what we could break open that box that we put our brain in. And if you break it open, you will actually see what's truly out there. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
I don't know. It's hard to explain that because it's like if you really want to explore that, and this is the only way to really explore that is to open yourself up completely.
Amen, brother.
It sounds so fucking weird.
What's going on over there, Morgan?
Yeah, that's not the story I was thinking of.
No, it wasn't. It was great, though.
I didn't want to interrupt, but that's not the story. Yeah, no, it's okay. Like, call you on a fucking, you come on at no notice, and I can't even fucking remember what the story was, other than the fact that it was a good story. So it's impossible.
It's on the tip of my brain as well, not tongue, but brain.
Yeah, I just remember like a car, some cops, you going into somebody's fucking house. But again, that it doesn't really help anything at all, like, no, it will come to me at 4 o'clock in the morning, like, so. Yeah, sure, we can have you back on anyway, and we can drag that one up again.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. You're kind of you do create, well, you can create your own reality in some sense, I guess. The problem is we share the fucking planet with a couple of billion other people who are also creating their realities, and so they kind of clash into each other, But I think when people say you can create your own reality, it's like you can, create everything, or it gets kind of commercialized. And you mentioned that about preachers. There seems to be a lot of prosperity preachers in the States, the likes of Joel Osteen and those kind of guys, where they tell people that, if you pray hard enough, that, God will provide you with a new truck and a new car. And isn't there a kind of new age thing as well, where people, where you can manifest, you can manifest goods as well. What's it called? The fucking, there's a name for it. Oprah Winfrey was
Well, like The Secret, that kind of thing.
yeah, where you can have your board where you put the pictures of the car and the house you want on the board, and you can manifest it. But they always seem to leave out the actual hard part around that, is that there's like 7 or 8 different steps you have to follow for that to manifest, which is like working like a fucking dog to bring it about. It's not just a case of staring at the board for 7 hours a day and then magically something shows up on your fucking doorstep. But I think definitely there's always that first step of actually convincing yourself, well, if you want something to change, well, then you have to believe it can change, and then you have to take steps in the world to actually get that process going to bring it about. And it's not really going to be brought about by just sitting and fucking meditating on it. Like that's
navel gazing.
Yeah, that's the kind of first step. It's okay, well, let me run this through my mind, how I think it will happen, and then it's to actually go into the world and take action. They're how do you say your name? Letitia, is it? Letitia Logan. It's called a vision board. Yeah.
You're really late, but I think we're only halfway through the show.
Oh, it hasn't started yet. Like, get kind of comfortable about fucking 3 o'clock in the morning.
There definitely is a mechanic in the universe where the vision board is just one part of it, but where the world will give you opportunities that you then follow, and then you find the new car or the new partner or house.
I got 1 second. Can I ask a question here? Because I'm looking at the comments here, right? Who is A40?
A40 is an auditor in Ireland. So in the States you have First Amendment auditors. Yeah, so A40 is an Irish auditor. So
so he keeps you safe from people or whatever.
Oh no, he isn't the moderator. No.
Does he keep
No.
you
So are you aware of First Amendment auditors in the States, where they go around with cameras and they stand outside cop stations, or they go into City Hall with cameras and request stuff?
Yeah.
So it's a kind of new phenomenon in Ireland, or relatively new, where there's guys who are doing the same thing. So I'm doing something similar around all these kind of refugee centers in Ireland. So myself and Howard have done a few. Myself and Gary, who was in the chat, I think he left. He has to look after children. We do similar things, and there's another guy called 420 in DJ Ireland, and then in the UK there's a lot of these guys as well. But essentially what we do is go out with a camera, go up to either police stations, council offices, refugee centers, and basically do a little bit of an investigation and then capture the reaction to that. And a lot of guys who go up to police stations, what happens is you get to see what the cops are actually like. Anybody who's ever dealt with the cops in a negative sense knows what they're like, that generally they don't uphold your rights. They've no interest in your rights. They couldn't give a fuck. We all know that a fair amount of cops are pretty much tyrants. So it's to expose that, and also to educate people about the rights they do have. And then there's a big question about the whole process. Some people think it's the fucking best thing in the world. Other people think that you're the scum of the earth, because you're essentially going out to provoke a reaction from that. So that's who A40 is. And so he's one of the kind of original auditors in Ireland when it's still not very popular at all. But he's one of the original guys who started doing it.
So, so could he be a lawyer too? I mean, that's the question, though. I mean, if he could protect your rights, right?
No, not in the traditional sense. So it's not about protecting. Well, it is about protecting your rights, but it's about empowering people to, one, know about their rights, and then basically to express those rights. So, say for an example, a cop comes up to you on the street and just out of nowhere goes, "Okay, I'm stopping you for a drug search." So then what an auditor would do is then question the police officer, say, well, what grounds are you stopping me on? Where most people will just go, okay, well, go ahead and search me. But what an auditor does is will research what the actual law is and under what grounds and circumstances a cop can legally stop you to do a drug search or can legally stop you to look for weapons. And then we'll have a knowledge about the laws and legislation around that. And then we'll question the cop to see if the cop actually knows the laws himself. And 9 times out of 10, they don't. So for a cop, say, to stop you in the States, they need reasonable and articulable reason for stopping you, not just that, oh, I have a suspicion you look dodgy, or,
Yeah, I got a question since you're talking about this. I mean, I drive freely, constitutional right to be able to travel, right? I've been pulled over twice in my Chrysler because it's a fast call, but I get pulled over because my tag is dead because, well, one, I don't have a license and I'm not,
yeah,
you know what I mean? I'm not registering my vehicle because the government now they could actually take my vehicle if I register it, you know what I mean? Because that's technically what the registration is for. It's actually for a commercial vehicle technically, and I don't, I'm out of business, But he pulled me over and said, "Well, your registration, that's why I pulled you over, and, for my plate being dead." I'm like, "That's technically not a public cause to pull me over because I'm not speeding, you know what I mean?" But I told the cop straight up about my constitutional rights and everything like that, and I'm traveling, and he told me straight up, you're on private roads. This ain't, this ain't, privately owned." And I'm like, that's not even what the Constitution says either. And he turned his mic down on his, on his camera, so you can barely hear. And he turned it down. And to me, I don't kill. If you're gonna give me a ticket, I'll pay my ticket. You know what I mean? Because I know my right. Because the one time that whatever happens, I will be taking them to hold up one second. What court system would it be? Legislation. I can't pronounce it, but I think it's that court system because they're the only ones that the federal government.
Yeah.
They have
So
proven
the issue is, right, so what auditors do first and foremost to protect themselves is always have a camera on them. So you're recording every interaction. Because say it goes to that extent where, the cop argues this, granted the cop may have his body cam footage, but if he does something illegal, well, then that body cam footage can go missing or it can get corrupted. They'll essentially delete the footage. So what auditors do is they will have their own body cam or even your own phone. So if you get into an interaction with a cop from the get-go, you are recording it. Now, what you have to be kind of very aware of is that you must have a good understanding of what you're talking about, because ultimately, it may well go in front of a judge, and depending what you're arguing, going by listening to what you're saying, what tends to happen that a lot of kind of do you know what free man on the land stuff is and sovereign citizen, all that kind of stuff, that can get thrown into the mix and it becomes very confusing, and a lot of courts will throw that stuff out of hand. If it's something like a traffic stop, and at least in Ireland, if you go to one of the lower courts, which we call the district court here, they won't take any kind of constitutional arguments into account at all. They will just look at what happens. So say if it's a speeding ticket, okay, here's the cop's account of events. Here's your account of events. They will look at the particular piece of legislation in question, not consider any sort of constitutional issues around it. And the judge will make a ruling based on the legislation. And if the policeman acted lawfully under that piece of legislation. So it might be a case where he acted lawfully, but he acted unconstitutionally. And the district court will convict you based on the legislation. But then if you want to appeal that on a question around a constitutional issue, you would have to bring it to a higher court. So you can either represent yourself and get legal aid, which I don't know if you can for such fucking questions, or pay the bill yourself, So it's really a case of one, how much money do you have if you want to employ a lawyer or a solicitor to take the case further, how much knowledge you have yourself. But the whole thing with auditing is for none of that to happen in the first place. It's where you are talking to the cop and you make the cop aware that what he's saying is not lawful or legal. And then you educate the policeman, and then by proxy, the people who watch the video afterwards get educated as well, because they may not be aware of their rights. And even if they are aware of their rights, they may not have the confidence to actually question a cop, because again, anyone who's ever dealt with a cop and put it up to them knows that it can go badly very fucking quickly. And they can, you know, arrest you even unlawfully, bring you back to the station and kick the shit out of you. And that's why every auditor will make sure that they have a video camera with them so they can capture that interaction rather than then have to go to a court. And then it's your version of events versus a cop's version of events. And in the court, you know, 99% of the time, the cop's version of events will be, you know, taken as kind of gospel, whereas your version of accounts without some evidence to back it up is essentially disregarded. So that, in essence, is what auditing is about, especially around police. Then there's other people who just do it on, you know, business estates. That seems to be a bit controversial. A lot of people think it's just people hassling people in work, but it's not. It goes beyond that, because kind of on an individual basis, especially if we look at tyrannies, it's not just cops and politicians. It's every fucking body. So we look at like Nazi Germany, people think that somehow people got infected with some disease that turned them into monsters, but it's not. It's, you know, your next door neighbor can be the Nazi, or your next door neighbor can be the one who sends you off to a gulag, because, you know, people are easily fucking influenced by the society they live in. So it's really, the whole idea is to show up in people, look, you are being a fucking tyrant, and it shouldn't have to be this way. So for auditing, it's really to get past the cop in uniform, get past the guy at a factory who's, you know, currently in the mindset that he's an employee. It's to get through all that rubbish and just see if it's actually humanly possible to connect with another human based on the fact that, listen, I'm human, you're human. What the fuck are we doing here? Like, let's talk about freedom. Surely I should be free to engage in photography, be it something as simple as that, where the person who's in their employment, what they're concerned about is that they get their paycheck at the end of the week. And if their boss tells them to essentially, look, here's a handgun, go out there and shoot that guy, 9 out of 10 people would probably fucking do it, because they seem to be under a hypnotic spell. If somebody in authority tells them to go do something, especially if your well-being and your livelihood depends on it, that the vast majority of people will do what they're fucking told. And that stretches back to basically people shoving other people into gas chambers or sending them off to gulags. It's a rare person who can kind of stand up and go, you know, I'm not going to succumb to societal pressure. I'm like that picture. You've obviously seen that picture of, you know, 1,000 people giving the Nazi salute. Someone could take a screen and use it against me. And the one person who doesn't like, and it doesn't matter if it's a fucking, you know, if it's a fascist or a communist, it's, you know, we're all human. We can all succumb to it fairly easily. So for me, anyway, that's the essence of auditing. It's the essence of just basically dissent and, you know, standing up for people's human rights. It's just that at the moment it has this auditing name attached to it, and it's something that appeals to me and others, because it's a good way and a modern way to do it, and you have the benefit of having a record of it. So it's not just simply a case of, well, this is what happened, here's my version of events, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sending you to sleep.
Yeah, Willie has just gotten back from a full day's work.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, you're good. I'm here. I'm here. It just, I mean, I'm telling you, I mean, what you talked about is so true, but it's, in the United States, it's definitely bullshit. And, you know, the government is getting rid of our Constitution slowly, but technically our Constitution only, like, I mean, technically. Oh, this is so fucked up because I actually started studying about the Constitution when I was a security officer. All I did was sit at a stupid guard shack, wait, watch the entrance and shit. So I had so much time on my hands, And I'm looking stuff up about Constitution and how technically our Constitution doesn't apply to, like, I guess the new age is how we can describe it, even though our country is founded upon the Constitution, but there's other aspects apparently saying that it only applies to the people from the 1800s to basically the early 1900s, and how after that it doesn't apply to basically my generation and up.
Yeah, well, you see, there's the no, it's
It
not
sounds
stupid. Like, because
stupid.
there's good
It
arguments
does
by
sound
anarchists as well that the Constitution in essence is worth nothing, and why should a free man have to abide by the Constitution? But the whole idea of a Constitution was, to put limits on what the government can do to the average citizen, that we were supposed to enter into this so-called social contract that we would give up certain freedoms in return, that this beast called government would protect us for giving up those essential freedoms. But what's happened, I think, not just in the States, but especially here in Ireland and in Europe, is that it's completely broken, where it's a one-way relationship where citizens more and more are being asked to give up essentially every right, and in return from the government we get nothing. We don't get safety. It's Ireland has never been or felt as unsafe as it does now, and people are taxed at every fucking turn. And we have a madness where you purchase a house, say for example, and you're taxed on the purchase of the house. Then when you've bought the house, you're taxed again, because every year then you have to pay a property tax on the house that you already paid tax on. Your income is taxed. Every purchase is taxed. We've carbon taxes. The reason why our fuel is so expensive is because the majority of the cost of the fuel is taxes. Like, so we have a valued added tax. We have a carbon tax. It's just tax after tax after tax. And eventually what happens with people is they go, well, what's the fucking point in working anymore? And then people become more and more dependent on the state over time through subsidies, which then means more tax and more tax. I think your system in the States was essentially that, fuck tax. Like, there shouldn't be a tax. Why should a man have to pay tax on his income, but then, we don't live in those kind of small societies anymore. We all live in these large societies where everybody is interlinked, and we do have, services that require tax. But over here, it's just the pendulum has swung so fucking much, where it's like, people essentially have little to no spare income at the end of the day, because they're crippled with essentially, taxes on taxes on taxes on taxes. So people are just left with the question. It's like, well, what the fuck? Like, why bother anymore? Or people will just leave the country for a better opportunity elsewhere. And a lot of our young people are going to look to Australia, the States, New Zealand, Canada, of all places. And those places are essentially shitholes anyway. So it will tell you how bad things are in this country, where the only opportunity for people is to go somewhere like that,
I mean, what's funny though? When you said the taxes on everything, that is happening here, and it's the same thing, dude. It's the same thing. We're taxed on everything, and it used to not be. I grew up north, and we did get taxed for food or water, right? And there's states that tax for food and water, and basically everything, and it's like it makes no sense, And somebody's on TikTok over here looking at TikTok videos. Actually, he's on Twitter. No. But it's the same thing here, and people think this country is good. It's a great country. Well, I mean, we got more freedom than a lot of other countries, which is pretty sad, honestly. But it just at the end of the day, it's the same outcome.
Yeah,
You know?
pretty much. It's our countries are very similar. We have not to bring up an old bogeyman, but we have the British to thank for that. We essentially all operate under the same system, you know. But I think that's why the kind of emergence of Trump is seen as a positive for a lot of people. And there'd be a lot of pain attached to it as they fucking, you know, slash government departments. A lot of people, their income and livelihood is dependent on that. So there may be a couple of years of pain, but we'll see at the end of it if people are actually better off. It may not be the case, you know, where, you know, not everybody can go out on their own and earn enough income to, you know, be able to afford to purchase a house and have a particularly high standard of living. But we don't know. All we do know for sure is that what's happening at the moment is not working. It's working for a very small amount of people, but the vast majority of people are just struggling. Everybody's in debt. There's no real security around people's fucking homes. The fact that you have to pay tax on a home you owe already, that, you know, legislation can be put in place where people can, you know, essentially have liens put in their homes and be forced to sell their homes, or have something like happened in the UK where you have a bedroom tax, where because your house doesn't meet the requirements for quote unquote full occupancy, and so you have a 4-bedroom house, you're only using 2 of the bedrooms, then they put a tax on the other 2 bedrooms unless you take essentially strangers into your house and charge them rent. And that issue is being floated in the European Union here again, where Ireland has been identified as one of the few countries that has a really low occupancy rate. So it wouldn't be on the realms of imagination to say that we'll have legislation in the future where people will either have to pay a tax if they have spare bedrooms, or be forced to take in a couple of refugees and avail of a tax-free break to help with that. So that's how bad things fucking are, you know. And in our country, on a political front, there seems to be no real alternative available to us. The opposition seem worse in many regards than the actual government parties we have. So we're a little bit fucked. And so it may be a case that we have to get over the Constitution. Granted, it's a protection, but if you think of it logically and from a freedom point of perspective, what right has any other man got to tell you that these are your rights and I give these rights to you? So it comes back to that notion of, are your rights granted by God, whatever your concept of that is, or are they something that's given to you by other men? And if they are given to you by other men, what's the reason? Why would you obey those men? And it's usually because they tend to be stronger, have weapons, and if you don't comply with them, they will fucking kill you. And if that is the case, well, then it's incumbent upon people to, you know, get stronger and use the same tools. And that's why you guys, in your wisdom, have the right to bear arms, because governments do become tyrannical. There's no doubt about that. And people do need the ability to protect themselves, because if you have that ability, well, then it's less likely that a tyranny will form. Here, we don't have that option. You can apply for a license for a shotgun or a rifle, but that's pretty much it. Most people don't, and it's at their discretion to grant you one or not. I could guarantee you that if Irish people did have the right to bear arms like you guys in the States do have, we would be in a much better position. Doesn't mean that everybody has to go out and start shooting each other, but it makes those in power more hesitant to kind of kick your fucking door in and do what they will with you, you know?
Yeah. That's right though. What you just told me, as just as a human being, just saying what I'm about to say, and not a U.S. citizen, even though I am. But let me just say, as a guy that didn't have this freedom or nothing, I would still say the same thing. you have like what's happening to you guys is you guys are being completely butt fucked, and you guys have like some bullshit government, dude. Like I know they all work together. I know the United States, Ireland, Britain, all the allies governments work together to fuck over the people, basically. Because I mean, a good example. Even though China ain't part of our alliance or allies or whatever, they have a good method of how to control their people, right? And you guys are screwed with, I guess, Britain or whoever your government is, which I'm taking as Britain, just like what we get screwed with. And they look at you guys as technically a threat because if you guys did have guns and you guys had that freedom, you would be able to fight against them and those stupid policies that they give you. Because I'm gonna tell you, God did not give us this what is it, the rules here, because the land of the law of the land is not what we're living by anymore. We're living by one man's rich fantasy of how we're going to control everybody and make sure they stay in line, and okay, A40, I mean, yeah, Trump might be able to help you guys, but to be truly honest with you, I don't think he would be able to. I mean, he's balls deep in it here in the U.S. and he sadly, and I hope it don't happen, but I have a prediction, okay? Because I've done math on presidents. There's only 2 presidents that's done this before. Well, one because I don't like Abraham Lincoln, so I don't really care about him. The Kennedy JFK, which did the same thing almost like this, but it was different. Like he cared about the people and how the people's freedom, and then he got assassinated, right? But Trump might make it past 2026, maybe. This is just a prediction. I mean, there's a possibility that there's some butt cheeks out there, or asshole, or some liberal or democratic, or some foreign dude that might come in from the government paying them to do this, and then they'll say terrorist attack or whatever. But it might happen in 2026 because it's just got a 6 number in it because JFK when he got assassinated had a 6 number at the end of it, and Abraham Lincoln when he got killed had a 6 at the end of his. So I mean, why not make 3 6s, right? It's a coincidental experience here. I mean, Trump's doing a good job because he really is. But the problem is, if he was the president of a different country, I'll be honest with you, he probably wouldn't be able to make it. I mean, he's balls deep businessman. He probably would help out, probably get killed later on if trying to. You know what I mean? That's what's wrong with the one world government that we're in, because we're technically in the one world government. If you guys didn't know, I feel like you guys already knew this, but they're still working on the one world religion, which I still hope doesn't happen. You know what I mean? But the one world government is actually what we're in right now, and it happened when Obama was in office. I forgot what date it was that they were actually coming together to do this. Like all the governments were coming together. But we're all living in the one world government. Yeah, the United States might look like, we do have freedom. I mean, everyone's own freedom within. You know what I mean? And you know what is right from wrong, because, sorry, we were born with that. You know what I mean? What are you doing?
That's, you were talking about 666. So that's Trump's docket number from the Supreme Court case. So we just have a look at the last 3 digits. Yeah, it's an interesting one, like so. But and what's also interesting is like with Revelation, like so. In Revelation, it describes I don't know if it's the first beast or the second beast who was almost mortally wounded. But then miraculously comes back, and there's people who are linking it to Trump's assassination attempt. where he was almost fatally wounded, but miraculously came
Does
back.
the passage say he was wounded on the face?
I'm not sure. Like, so it's like all Revelation, you can kind of make out of it what you want. Let's see if we can bring up.
It's 3:13.
Yeah.
And I saw one of his heads, as it were, wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast.
Yeah, it's it's far and close. Like, so you can interpret it as much as you want. Again, and I think once you start mentioning Revelation, people get very nervous. Like, oh my God, we're getting into the realm of religion. Like, is this some sort of fucking Christian show? I don't view Revelation and the Bible in that sense. I view it as a cross between historical events and mythology. So there's a lot of stories about humanity and how we're trapped in this endless fucking cycle. Like, everybody thinks that history just happened when we were all born, but of course it didn't. And so, these stories and these situations play out time and time again. And I find that especially the Old Testament is a good research ground to let people know how societies rise and fall and what brings about that fall, So I think we seem to be at a time where we're at that fall stage again, or maybe we've gone through the fall altogether. And it's the beginning of a new dawn, but then that leads back into Satanism, where the new dawn is finally here. But I think whatever new dawn is coming, it seems to be better than where we are at the moment. But then again, maybe that's the plan. Like, you talk about a one world government, like. And people aren't going to go into that kind of system kicking and screaming, People would have to want to call for it. And if you were to plan it, like if we were all to sit around a table together and go, okay, well, how can we possibly convince the vast majority of people to come along with us? Well, I would be of the mind, okay, well, let's, set up a system where it's so fucking terrible, like things become so unbearable. And then we will put forward a great savior. And the people will come along with us. We'll promise them great things. We'll show them great miracles of technology. And then unbeknownst to themselves, they will come into this system that we have already set up. So if you take a Biden, say, for example, or a Kamala Harris or the Democratic Party and the World Economic Forum, where they're saying, okay, the future of humanity is you will essentially own nothing and you will be happy. You will live in a surveillance state and you'll be monitored from day to night. Well, then naturally people are going to say, well, hang on a fucking minute. Like, I don't want to live in this type of society. But then behind that, you have, say, two guys like a Trump and a Musk, who the rhetoric is great. Like, yes, we're all about freedom. We have this platform where you can, speak freely. We won't give up your details to the authorities, and all these other platforms will die and wither on the vine. But what you're left with is essentially one centralized system where everybody's details is gathered anyway. And then we have a guy like Musk, who essentially has the technology to privately destroy the world. Like, he has the most powerful rockets on the fucking planet. He's now, lockstep in the US government. He has Neuralink, which again is put forward as this amazing advancement to help people with neurological issues overcome those. But let's not forget about the darkness that is attached to that as well. There isn't real ability there to be able to control people if you have technology within their brains. And he's making these fucking, robots with the promise that they will help people in their everyday lives. For me, essentially, they will drive people out of jobs. All manual labor will go. I'm a dystopian sci-fi fan at heart, so I can easily see those robots to be used as, you know, soldiers or fucking police to again keep control of people. But then I think the only way out of that kind of system is to run to the fucking wild, is to take a leaf out of Ted Kaczynski's book. I know Howard will correct me on the pronunciation of his surname, as he always does.
Closer than most people get it.
Thank you. But yeah, so I think while these guys represent hope for people, I still think it's wise to be skeptical about them, and to just explore a little further what their true motives are, which we can probably never really fucking know, you know, but not just to get sucked in the whole kind of joyous moment of, okay, this is a new dawn, it's a new way forward, and not to get swept up in this kind of honeymoon period of like, these guys are the answers to all our problems. They're not. They can't be. The only answer to our problems really is ourselves and the fucking network of people we interact with. And we're going to be the ones who resolve our own problems to the best degree we can. Yep. Not these guys. They have their own interests at heart, like everyone else does. And that has to be recognized, that everybody is essentially selfish when push comes to shove. And there's nothing wrong with being selfish. It's innate to human experience. Otherwise, you just die.
You just have to work with what you have, and sometimes your goals align with the goals of others, and yeah, that's what we have to work with. But you know, I'm pretty confident, you know, especially with my new boyfriend.
My message to young men is, don't allow this broken culture to send you a message that you're a bad person because you're a man, because you like to tell a joke, because you like to have a beer with your friends, or because you're competitive. It's our message, the cultural message, and I think the president's and mine is the exact opposite, but our cultural message is, I think that it wants to turn everybody, into, whether male or female, into androgynous idiots who think the same, talk the same, and act the same. We actually think God made male and female for a purpose, and we want you guys to thrive as young men and as young women, and we're going to help with our public policy to make it possible to do that.
We just showed the clip.
What is CPAC? Oh, it's the conservative kind of lobby group, right?
All right, yeah. What does it stand for? The first thing that comes up is a picture of Steve Bannon doing a Nazi salute.
Oh God! Yeah.
He's just waving to the fucking crowd, you know. Yeah, the Conservative Political Action Conference. Okay.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Jesus, Alex Jones is looking well.
Oh, God. You know, Alex Jones really has like transformed in the past year. He really was looking like a washed up alcoholic, you know, aging terribly. And then suddenly, you know, he just, I don't know, owned his look.
Yeah, he got healthy, didn't he? Like he got his shit together, like, so lost all that weight. Again, you couldn't blame the guy for fucking falling to shit, like, irrespective of what we think about the fact that his business was under attack. He's being sued for fucking billions.
Yeah.
But beyond that, to bury your head in that type of content, fucking day in, day out for what, 30 years, irrespective of whatever your thoughts on him are, if he's a fucking chaos agent, or if he's 100% genuine in his beliefs and what he says and believes, to do that every day, day in, day out, to have fucking chemtrails, New World Order, debt,
Mhm.
despair, Satanism, running through
The
your
world
mind.
is always just about to end.
Yeah, every fucking day is the end of the world, and then for it not to materialize as well, it's like you're fucked on every fucking every way you look. Yeah, to not have that affect your mental health and to turn to alcoholism would be, next to an impossible. So yeah, I like with Alex Jones as well. I've horrible mixed feelings about Alex Jones. He's done a lot of good work, I suppose, exposing a lot of this and helping people to come to a point where we are now. But I'm sure he's caused, no end of fucking misery and mental health issues for.
Oh yeah, I could tell you many stories. Willie, you're trying to get our attention.
I'm texting these dudes. Sorry. Oh no, I was just agreeing with you guys.
All right, good. In this picture, Jones looks like something that crawls out of a forest in fucking Lord of the Rings,
He's a hobbit, bro.
Yeah. This was him in his youth, or relative youth, relative to now.
Man, he still looks pissed off, bro.
He's gone through phases,
Yeah.
He still looks pissed in his face, no matter what, dude. You gotta get him smiling. Find a picture of him smiling.
Yeah. Our mothers in Ireland have a saying. I think it might just be in Northern Ireland. I'm not sure, Morgan. Maybe you can tell me. Whenever you put on a frown or something, or take a mood, your mother would say, "One day the wind's going to blow and your face is going to be stuck like that."
Yeah, my mother used to say that to me as well.
Yeah. And that's what happens, when you're constantly in a certain emotion, then that's you. That's it,
Yeah, he is looking. He's looking much fitter these days. He's lost a lot of weight, and it helps with the sales of his supplements and. Yeah, they're all relatively older photos. Have you any new, any 2025? Because I think he's gone with he's embraced the bald head. He's trimmed down that beard as well.
Yeah, kind of a Ming the Merciless look. I'll call up his account because that would have video in it.
Yeah, but the man's energy and fucking fight and determination it can't be doubted. There he is.
Here and some of the big developments there and some of the big victories Trump just had.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking really well there.
Yeah.
I
almost
think, anyway.
Respectable. Yeah, he is. He's looking well. Maybe he's on that what's it? Adrenochrome. He's joined the dark side. I got his hands on a couple of yeah. When did adrenochrome become this notion of it that it's an elixir of life? Because my first introduction to adrenochrome is through the Hunter S. Thompson
Fear and Loathing Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, where it's the mention of it is as
an intense psychedelic.
Yeah, that he got off a Satanist, but then I wonder how it develops into this notion that it's
bye
for youth,
Willie.
Bye, guys.
Take it easy, man. See you next week.
Maybe. Good to see you. Yeah, take care, man.
See you guys too.
All the best.
Thank you for having me on, though. I appreciate it.
Great to see you and hear from you again, man. Take care.
See you guys.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, that's a weird one. I don't know where the adrenochrome thing came out of.
Yeah, okay. We may never know. Okay, I need another cup of tea.
All right.
I'll just mute this mic again. I won't do another nasal wash lest I get a bacterial infection. Yeah. All right, give me 5 minutes.
That's scary stuff, man.
I know, right? That'll be on my mind now for the next fucking week.
Yeah,
we'll see how I am in the morning. All right, be back in a minute.
Yeah, probably dead. All right, I'll try to hold up the fort, but it seems that we've lost quite a few viewers in the past hour. But we're not here to satisfy you. We're here to satisfy ourselves. And if you like what we like, then that's great. But yeah, we're not going to play this game of watching the viewer numbers and guessing, oh, when we watch Asmongold and joke about the state of his house, then, we get more viewers. So let's do more of that. However, I do like looking at strange videos, There was a channel that I found, or rather came up in the recommendations. And I thought, this is perfect. This is perfect for us because it's an unknown channel. And it's fucking bizarre. However, who are these podcasts can stole it from me? I guess it was popping up in a lot of people's feeds, and I guess I just need to find it again. If I scroll long enough, this very caveman-esque guy will jump out at me in my recommendations. Yeah, we're not having the greatest luck here. How come when I actually need a 20 viewer per day, 20 viewer in the first day video, it's just not coming up for me? I need to make a list of links to these channels. Excuse the dead air. I need to think on my feet here. Anthony Cumia, for any of the Opie and Anthony old hat fans out there, he's returning to radio. So that would be interesting. Not only do we get the uncensored version of Anthony Cumia pretty much all day on Twitter and on Compound Censored, we will also get him on terrestrial radio in the United States, in New York specifically. And hopefully his shows end up on the internet because, that's what we want, is this old radio veteran behind the microphone again. There's something different about radio, which is still alive, I believe. I think Cumia will prove that fact when he returns to radio very soon. And something that attracted me to the medium from the very beginning, it's something that you can't replicate with podcasts or live streams. It's just it's a unique thing. I was just discussing the return of Cumia to terrestrial radio and how there's just something that you can't replicate on the internet with terrestrial radio.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure how it will work for Cumia. I was having a look at his X feed. So he's kind of he's doing the whole kind of work from or remote working most of the time, and then we'll travel to New York to the studio proper. But I think it will work.
Okay.
He's fucking seasoned enough, isn't he? Like, and he's had what? How long is it since he had the last radio show? Is it a decade? Is it, or something ridiculous like that? When did the Opie and Anthony show end?
Yeah, like a decade ago now, 12 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So So we've had the whole Compound series, and then, but yeah, for him to be back on radio is fucking great. Like, if ever that medium needed a boost, this is it. If people don't know who Anthony Cumia is, check out Opie and Anthony. Just type it into YouTube, and you're in for a treat. I just will warn you, it's one of those, if you haven't heard it before, it's one of those programs you're going to listen to for maybe 20 minutes and go, what the fuck is this? Like, this is shit. Like, but stick with it for maybe 2 hours or 2 days, and I promise you, you're in for a glorious fucking treat. What's a kind of an iconic moment, or something that will give people a good idea of what I always say Anti and Opie. It never changes. Like,
and you know what? A few weeks ago, we were talking about O&A, and you said Opie.
Opie, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and I thought that was hilarious because I said Opie like maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, and then lo and behold, but sometime last week, I was watching or listening to Who Are These Podcasts, and Carl said Opie, and he called himself said Opie.
Yeah, linguistically, it's difficult. Like Opie and Anthony, there's too many vowels in there. That's the fucking problem. Probably the Mel Gibson tapes, because that has, Opie, Jesus fucking Christ, you cunt. Opie and Anthony, and my patron saint, Patrice O'Neill. So yeah, there's the Holy Trinity right there. Maybe not so much Opie. Poor Opie.
I think we have exactly what the doctor ordered then.
Perfect. Yeah, and in Opie's defense, there would be no Anthony without Opie. I know he's a dickhead.
Absolutely.
But yeah, he deserves credit and respect.
Opie is insufferable because he won't recognize who he was and who he is still today. Is that he was the straight man, and he carried the show, and he was the perfect foil. And if they only just, and Anthony says this himself, if only they could just put away their fucking shit for long enough, as long as they're in the studio together, then, they could have done that for another 10 years.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
And nobody does it better. Nobody's gotten even close. Yeah, it's a shame, but
no, not at all. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Bitch better have my money. There's some women who love to be fucking choked. There's some women, talking about the guy punching the girl in the face. There's some women, man, who feel you don't give a fuck about them if you don't, there's some, I'm telling you, to go to the Mel Gibson thing, my girl heard that, her pussy got wet thinking about getting me to that point already.
No, she was thinking about fucking Mel Gibson.
Stop that there for a second. Like, this is too juicy.
It is, yeah.
It's talking about wet pussies. We can't just skip past that. But there is that thing in women where they fucking love to get you worked up. Like, maybe it's just me. I don't fucking know. But they seem to take a joy in being able to irritate you and bring you to the point of losing your shit. Like,
I've noticed that, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not just one. Like, this has been, a constant in my life. And maybe it's me. I don't think it is. But no fucking creature, God or man, can bring me to the level of fucking rage that a woman can. It's just, it's never been. I've been annoyed with other men. I've gone into physical fights with other men, but never have they invoked such rage in me that a woman has. And of course, with them being women, you don't have the luxury of simply punching them in the head, like to relieve the stress. You just
like
can't.
you can do with men, yeah.
Yeah, you can, but it gets messy and complicated, you know. And the judge, as much as he may have sympathy for you, he's not buying it. You know, it's just one of those things you can't get away with. But yeah, this is why I love Patrice O'Neill, because and only a black man really could come out with this kind of shit.
Yeah,
because they're, you know, they have special privileges that they won't acknowledge. But anyway, I'll shut up. Let's listen to Patrice.
But not this melted version of melted. This haggard-looking man who I thought he was 70. This fucking Osaka, this bitch has melted the Road Warrior, man. Fucking Tina Turner couldn't beat him, but this bitch beat him.
But what do you think she did? She did something to set him off.
She systematically.
It could have been something really dumb and stupid, but she did something to get him to this point.
Do we need to provide context? I don't think everyone knows about the Mel Gibson tapes.
Yeah, sure.
Should we play them?
Oh yeah, but geez, we have to.
Or the highlights.
Yeah, we have to play the highlights now.
All right.
So Mel Gibson was everyone knows who Mel Gibson is, of course. So he was married to this is she Eastern European? Is she Ukrainian or something? Was she, or Russian?
Russian, I want to say.
Yeah, so married to this Russian woman, and everything was fine, and then it all went fucking downhill, as there's a high probability that, you know, human relationships do. And so everything went to shit, and they were having issues around the child and issues around, you know, sex and all those kind of things. And it was getting very acrimonious. And so his wife, in her wisdom, decided to record their private telephone conversations, which again is perfectly natural human behavior. You want to show that the other person is being an absolute cunt.
Oh yeah,
you're a complete angel. And again, that feeds a little bit into auditing as well, because as an auditor, you have the power where you have the camera and the ability to wind the poor cunt on the other end of it up to they're at a distinct disadvantage. But that's what she was doing here. She's essentially, you know, leading him into traps where he's going to lose his shit. So there was at this stage, or they're talking about getting divorced, are they? Or I can't rightly remember, or they are divorced, or
yeah, it's in the process of happening. Yeah,
they're in the process, and so, you know, like I think the general consensus was that Mel doesn't come out of it well, but I think he does. Like, so when you dig a little deeper, it kind of tells you a lot about the female and male nature. But Mel loses his shit, and he comes across as a little bit entitled. But Patrice O'Neill's insights are fucking amazing and spot on.
Oh yeah, and this is why we need to, you know, listen to the source material to, you know, really glean the wisdom from Patrice.
The rant goes on. Reportedly, Mel Gibson and his ex-girlfriend now made public. And this morning, legal experts are saying the threats heard on those tapes could land the two-time Oscar winner in jail. CBS News correspondent Ben Tracy has the latest for us this morning. Again, though, we do want to warn you, some of the language here is disturbing.
It started with one tape.
You look like a
Then another.
You need a bat in the side of the head. How about that?
A third.
You're a using whore.
And now a fourth. Nearly 20 minutes of hate-filled rants. Mel Gibson allegedly threatening his ex-girlfriend Oksana Grigorieva during phone calls she apparently recorded and Radar Online released. The latest, a demand for sex coupled with another threat.
I deserve to be first until I burn the house down. But me first.
Grigorieva wants custody of the couple's 8-month-old daughter. She filed a complaint with police that launched a domestic violence investigation against Gibson. In one recording, he does not deny hitting her.
Hitting a woman when she's holding a child in her hand, breaking her teeth twice in the face. What kind of man is that?
Oh, you're all angry now.
You're gonna get to, you know what? You're gonna answer one day, boy.
That same call includes what seems to be another death threat.
Put you in a rose garden, you. You understand that? Because I'm capable
On the verbal threats alone, Mel Gibson is looking at up to 3 years behind bars.
Yet after all the yelling, Grigorieva and Gibson are now both silent.
There's only one reason why he's not talking, and that's because he's in serious legal jeopardy. I'm sure that his defense attorney is saying to him, you may not speak.
The two are now scheduled to face off in a custody hearing Tuesday. Ben Tracy, CBS News, Los Angeles.
So those are the highlights, basically.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. People, are shocked by this. Oh my God, how could you say that? How could he possibly say that? The only person who could think along those lines is somebody who's never been involved in a relationship or had a serious disagreement with a woman. I've threatened to fucking destroy the world during many an argument, like I will kill you, I will kill me, I will kill the fucking neighbors. And then generally what happens is, when everything calms down, you have, some of the best sex you ever had in your life afterwards,
Yeah. It's called a mating ritual.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous cycle to get into, because then you subconsciously the only way you can have great sex is to have horrible fucking arguments beforehand.
To be fair though, right? It's possible that there was some slicing up of those conversations, right?
Yeah, there is. But again, if people listen to Opie and Anthony, you'll have you'll access the entire tapes without the bleeps as well, and it's hilarious. And even this shows the patheticness of men, right? Because even when everything has gone to shit, there's still, like, men being the fucking depraved animals we are, there's still the kind of sneaky suggestion of a blowjob. At the end of this, like just throwing it in there, like, yeah, you're really angry, like you should blow me,
I don't know. I'd never talk to a woman like that and then proceed to put my most valuable member inside of her mouth.
Yeah, we see. We'll calm down eventually. But again, you're talking about a fucking, and it's Mel fucking Gibson, like, one of the fucking wealthiest, most respected, sought after men on the planet. Granted, he's past his fucking prime at this stage. Versus, some random fucking Russian who's possibly half his age. And so as Patrice pointed out, that, there may be a possibility that, yes, they fell in love, just, happenstance, and they bumped into each other in a restaurant. But you don't just bump into Mel Gibson without knowing who the fuck he is. This is, for a woman, this is prime man, handsome, influential, wealthy, those attributes in no particular fucking order there. But he's prime male and she's prime female, because for a man, like, for a woman to pique a man's interest, she really just needs to be attractive. That will do it. Initially anyway. Like it won't last very long if it's just going off physical attractiveness. But initially, like, to have a 3 or 4 month relationship with a woman, that will do it. They don't need to be charming, they don't need to be interesting, they don't need to be intelligent. Good looking will do it for most guys. Not all guys, but for most guys. And this is Mel Gibson, so it's not going to play very well if he shows up with a fucking Norma Foley on his arm, or a Chuck Schumer's wife on his arm. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? What happened to Mel Gibson? Like, what kind of dirt does this person have on him? Like, so there's an element of, what's the word I'm looking for? A fucking a status symbol. Like, so an attractive young female, again, is a status symbol for Mel Gibson, and it's what people would expect from it. So there has to be some sort of conversation to begin with, or even, if it's not explicit, there has to be an understanding, like in every relationship, like, well, what do we expect from this relationship? Like, what do we want from it? Generally, women are looking for, security, somebody who can protect them and look after them. And men want, a partner, like sex is a big part of it. And for women too. I believe there's a rumor floating around that women enjoy sex too, even maybe more so.
Yeah, I heard that one
More
a
so
few
than
times,
men.
yeah.
You know, one orgasm is enough for us, but for women, being that they're never really satisfied, one just isn't enough. You know, they were given the ability to have multiple ones, just to make it more difficult for us poor fucking men. But what's you want more than one for? Like, Jesus Christ. So there had to be some negotiation there of what's expected from these people. And if you marry a Mel Gibson, well, you know, like as you're marrying Road Warrior Mel Gibson, you're not marrying 65-year-old Mel Gibson who needs 3 and 4 naps during the day and grumpy all the fucking time and has no real interest in what you're saying because he can't really hear you to begin with. But in his mind, he's Mel fucking Gibson, and he can click his fingers at any stage and have a gaggle of women arrive on the doorstep, you know. And so as men, you know, we get angry, we are angry, we have the ability to fucking kill at the drop of a hat, but we don't. And that's a miracle in and of itself. Like, and this bitch, the way she talks to him and knowing that she knows she's recording the conversation and this calmness about her, this, you know, I think once or twice she kind of loses her shit, but even then you can tell it's rehearsed and it's fucking, it's not natural.
Oh yeah. A lot of what she says is stilted.
Yeah, this is why I refuse to talk to my wife on the phone ever. Yeah, let's listen
to a little bit more.
I believe
Point of rage.
I believe that they have an understanding. I believe when you have an understanding, even with a prostitute, the understanding is I'm paying you for pussy. But it can go wrong if she goes, "You're a fucking, you're paying for pussy, loser," and you go, "You're selling pussy, you fucking cunt."
If you both break the fourth wall and tell the truth.
She broke the fucking using cunt wall, and then he broke you are a using cunt. She's a using cunt, but she did something using cunty.
Yeah. What do you think it is?
He said it. He alluded to it. He paid for her ridiculous music career.
Dumb music.
She probably sings like Yoko Ono.
She does. We heard some of her. Yeah, we got it.
And
We
he's
heard some
paying
of her
hundreds of thousands because he's just supporting her.
It's loungy music. It's like James Bond type of music to start a James Bond movie.
She's a good-looking, baby-carrying dick sucker. Who welched on her deal.
Who are you, Mel Gibson?
She welched on her deal.
You think she was?
She became.
She started thinking she was more than more than what she really is.
She was there to take a punch. If that motherfucker didn't get nominated for Apocalypto, she was there to get kicked right in her pussy. All of a sudden, ouchie, it hurts. It's like, bitch, you are here to get kicked in the pussy here. Yes.
Suck my dick.
She was a fucking kept pet.
But I think.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
No.
Go. Well, I want to get into tape 4, but go.
I think Mel also. Don't forget, he was married for 28 years. I'm sure he'd probably. I would guess he had fucked. I mean, maybe he was a faithful guy. I don't know. But when you're married for that many years through the success of your career, I think Mel is a little out of practice with dealing with these chicks. But he probably read this chick like Mel. Had he been fucking a bunch of different broads all along and getting in and out of relationships, probably never would have had this happen.
Yeah.
This is the first one out of 28 years. She's a hot, younger piece of ass.
Why would he have a kid with her?
He's a dumb motherfucker. Exactly.
Because he welched, too. He fucking liked her.
Yeah.
This is what happened. They ended up liking each other.
Right.
He tried to destroy what she is. A fucking... A man, a fucking kept woman.
Yeah.
Which is, no one keeps a woman with kids. Like, a kept woman is not a woman with kids. You fall for a woman with kids. You know what I mean? You don't go in and go, I'm going to just take care of you. And because you have to gallivant all around the world with this bitch. This is in first class. This is my hot chick. She gets on the plane with sunglasses. And she has a Louis Vuitton bag and her dog, and she's a cunt, and he's sitting there all disheveled and old, and he's a fucking idiot. And it's like he fell for her. She fell for him.
Trips to Florida.
She welched and he welched, and then
because he didn't need to have a kid with her. He has 8 or 9 kids. I think
he played her out.
Yeah.
He usually comes in the face, but one day he felt connected,
And said, what the hell?
Got her pregnant and said, I love you. He fucking slipped up, and then she said, I love you too, Melvin. And then fucking they had this kid, and they probably holding it up with 2 fingers by the collar, like, ugh. And the baby's just turning around slowly in a circle in his hand, like, what is this? They're both looking at it, pushing it with their feet. Like, what is this thing we did?
Oh,
and now it's like, yuck.
Now he's in hell.
Now it's
What
yuck.
is this thing we did?
With that,
How it's slowly turning.
Yeah.
Between the thumb
Like
and
a wind chime,
forefinger.
and it's just like, and she's blowing on it, and like,
When you pick up a napkin with a substance on it, you're not sure if it's jelly or cum.
Hey, with that, let's get into tape 4. We played this late in the show yesterday, but with Patrice here, we'll get another.
See, this is where Opie shines. It's like, hey, hang on, let's do a show right now. Yeah.
Angle on this whole thing.
Wow.
I don't like the way he talks to her.
Tape number 4, I think, is our favorite now, right?
Tape number 4.
Tape 4 rules.
Before we go into this, I am absorbed by this.
I said
this.
It's the greatest thing ever
Greatest
in entertainment.
Hollywood tape or whatever scandal thing that I've ever heard.
It's the
But even the
greatest
people who
thing
are supposed
ever.
to attack him,
Right.
okay, should start off with like, holy shit,
Yeah.
this
That's
is
what we're-
great.
Yes, that's what we're waiting for from the mainstream media.
fucking great. Like, and I know they have to attack him, but there's articles coming out with the headlines like, hey, why aren't people mad enough? It seems like people aren't mad enough, and I think it's because of the almost childlike perfection of his rage, man.
Jesus, Danny. Took us out of the show again.
And I'll tell you another reason people aren't as mad is because on some level people know they are fucking being voyeuristic scumbags.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking into a guy's living room the same way they did with Alec Baldwin, the same way they did with Dog the Bounty Hunter. Michael Richards different, that was public. But people understand that they're being voyeuristic pieces of shit.
Patrice is making a great point. This is, as a human being, you're like, no, I know, but I'm just backing up both of you guys. That this is a holy shit as a human being, and they don't acknowledge
Yeah, you got to
that.
step back for a second just to enjoy it and go, "Oh my God, this is amazing," and then you can be like, oh,
Even the people who are going to judge him and you know the professionals, Dr. Drew and all these fucking traitors who are going to call him narcissistic and because like Dr. Drew never wanted to call a girl a cunt. It's like the lying. It bothers me to such a degree.
Right.
Like you this guy, man.
Yeah, let's get into this. Here it is, tape number 4.
Killer idea. What the fuck do you hope to accomplish with that? What are you hoping to accomplish with that? What, are you going to pay me back? If you do that, it's over. It's over now. Fuck you. How dare you act like such a bitch when I'm being so fucking nice?
I'm being so fucking nice.
Fucking nice. Oh, that looks like a problem.
Huh?
that surveillance tape looks like a problem. Someone with a gun to their head and 4 African American gentlemen holding guns on
Where was
people.
it? ATM?
I guess so. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yikes. That looked scary. He, by the way, me and Patrice were talking about this. He must be in the best shape, Mel Gibson, because anyone would have just had a stroke and died.
Oh, with the heavy breathing and
With
the screaming like
the
that.
screaming.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't yell like that without fainting, just for the lack of blood in your head.
What are you talking about? The first hour of the show, you were yelling like that.
Not quite. I wasn't Mel mad.
You was play emotion, and it still could probably raise your
Yeah. You just get to the point where it's like, I want to make my point, so I'll yell it 4 times.
I was doing Mel Gibson impressions. You talk to people, and it's just like you're laughing. You know, you're talking with your friends. You're Jesus, you hear me? It's like, ugh. And you do that even fake. It's like you go, oh wait,
hyperventilate. You're fucking you get lightheaded. How he's doing this without a blood vessel just fucking bursting is
so
astounding.
fucking mad, but he's.
Something that was just, I'm sure at some other point they analyzed it, but this comment about her being so fucking nice as it was like a devious strategy on her part. This is what I've noticed is the kind of the Mott and Bailey technique of a woman in an argument is to suddenly turn into a fucking angel, and you're the one being a fucking lunatic. And from an outside observer's perspective, you need to be locked up.
Yeah. It's a fucking evolutionary strategy, like so. We don't stand a fucking chance, you know. That's why I wish like we did have equality, because then it would be fucking great, like so, you know. Give me a woman who can, you know, has a good chance of kicking my ass, and give me the psychological weapons that women hold, like, and then it would be a fair fight. But yeah, that's a real thing where, you know, women will, you know, play it cool and calm, especially if company happens to arrive while you're in the midst of a fucking rage, like. And as a man, like where Mel is in this instance, you can't bring yourself back down. A team of fucking hostage negotiators couldn't bring you down. You're full on primal fucking rage. But women, like a woman could be in the same primal rage with you, but then, you know, somebody enters frame and is like, okay, and scene. Oh, you know, I don't understand why you're being so angry. It's like, you didn't get me down there. And you just appear as this fucking crazy fucking monster. Like, it's a true fucking skill, and you'd like to think that it's peculiar to particular women, but it's not. It's definitely fucking not. Maybe men possess that ability as well, but I don't. I don't have that level of control over my emotions. I can't go from rage to serene in 10 seconds. If I am in a rage, it stays with me for the fucking day. If I have to go somewhere afterwards, it's like, you know, what's wrong with the grumpy cunt over there? Why is he being so quiet? It's because I'm still fucking fuming. Like, yeah.
Processing.
Yeah,
as well.
it's rough, you know. But you learn over time. You manage to deal with it and try your best to avoid those situations, unless you're in the mood for some great sex, you know. Then you'll just roll with it, knowing that it will pass, and the makeup will come, you know. You deliberately muted yourself. Yeah, but with Mel, I don't think there was any makeup sex after this. Or maybe there was, or maybe there wasn't. I don't know. But yeah, they're right, like, because we get to, you know, peep in like voyeurs into Mel's world. But I think if people are honest, you know, God forbid, if somebody picked up some of my arguments over the fucking years, like it's got to be like, it's just horrible to have your dirty laundry aired like that, especially if you're someone of the caliber and stature of Mel Gibson, and what went before it as well. So we had the whole problem with the fucking Jew thing as well. I think that was prior to this, wasn't it? So it's already in Hollywood's bad books. But even after this, like, there's a redemption arc for Mel Gibson, and he's back. He's back to himself now, where it's kind of it's okay to question the you know who's. I signed a contract to say that I wouldn't mention the you know who's or say other naughty words, like deliberately anyway, so that they might slip out. But yeah, hard for Mel. But this is a perfect fucking study case for all men and all women everywhere. This should be used during couples counseling, you know. You sit down and listen to this and explore what's actually really going on here. Like, it's amazing. Let's carry on. We'll see. There's more rage to come from Mel, isn't there? Like, and we'll see if we can pick up some wisdom from it along the way as well.
Still, even in his, this is accepting your responsibility. Even in his rage, he would calm down if he just accepted what he did. If he just goes, you know, I'm right now, I'm trying to hold on to my dominance in a relationship. She, at some point, and my girl, she's been around a long time. I used to be completely she's enamored, and I'm like king fucking whatever. And after a while, your bitch starts to go, look at this fat idiot. And you're fighting to maintain her looking at you like, you know, the same.
Right.
Because you don't look at her the same, she don't look at you the same. So, but you try to at least keep that kind of coolness. But Oksana discovered something to make her go, you just look at you. You're not Mad Max anymore. You're not even Riggs. You're Edge of Darkness, and you suck.
You're the man with two faces and one of them's wrinkled.
Yes. Look at you. You got fucking hair plugs. Your hair's dry. I was watching Mel Gibson. He's not. Mel Gibson was a gorgeous motherfucker when he was younger, man.
His hair's dry?
It's dry. It's that dry.
I know what you're talking about.
Leaving me hair, just dead hair.
Dry leaving me?
That mattress stuffing, which is just like Bruce Willis cut it all off and oiled it up.
Well, death starts.
Wait, is the
Patrice,
movie called...
death starts with your hair.
It does. You're dead. You know.
Death starts with your hair.
Go to a Mad Max picture.
It's all moisturized. Look at that.
Mel Gibson,
shiny.
Mel Gibson's beautiful, man.
There's conditioner in there. Look at his hair in that. That's some moist hair right there.
He could do a Pantene commercial.
That's moist.
He could do a fucking Pantene commercial.
And that's just from being in Australia. Just Australian hair.
Right.
He probably put some fucking some koala shit on his head every morning, and it looked good.
Eucalyptus oil.
and now he's just
Oh boy! And then you see that it's starting to dry out.
turn into the
bit.
Unabomber,
Yeah.
and he's just like eyes don't blink.
He looks like Bobby Fischer right before he died. He's just a crazy Jew hater.
Here's an idea. How about Patrice's R-word story?
R-word? What's that? Remind me.
I think you know it. Oh, statutory.
Oh, yeah. Let's finish out the Mel, because I want to talk as well. Like so, Patrice there is mentioning the whole dynamic about dominance in the relationship between Mel and Oksana. So, what people, if you're not familiar with Patrice O'Neill, and his logic around relationships, you're essentially dealing with pimp logic. So that's where Patrice's view on relationships comes from. So a mixture of pimp logic and BDSM relationships. So Patrice was, how can we say it, a dirtboard, like in Dublin slang. So Patrice was into swinging, into BDSM. So his relationship with his woman, they would other women would come in to the relationship, and they would go to wife swapping parties, and he has that kind of background in pimp logic. So that's what frames everything with Patrice O'Neill, and that would turn a lot of people off. And people hear, you know, BDSM and pimp logic, and they go, okay, well, that's just disgusting, especially in this day and age we live in. It's like, well, you know, that's just he's an awful man. Like, there's no consent involved. He's exploiting women. But when people get past that, there is a you know, an actual logic to pimp logic, and the same with BDSM relationships. The whole dynamic between dominance and submission, and recognizing that within a relationship, and to talk openly about it. Like, on first inspection, it's just, people just go, oh, that's just fucked up. Like, it's you know, he must be a monster. But it fucking works. Like, so people always, you know, have this notion, well, I don't understand. Like, how can one man have, you know, 10 or 15 women work for him and go out there and sell their bodies and give all their money to this particular man? It's because, you know, there's deep-seated fucking psychology at work, and it's best that men understand this, not so they can, you know, abuse women, and it's best that women understand this as well, because it can help you deeply in your relationships and how to attract, get, and keep women in the first place. And the same for women. Like, if you understand your basic evolutionary psychology and can honestly talk with a woman, a man to a woman or a woman to a man, what you actually want and expect from a relationship, it can save you a lot of fucking pain. It's not going to save you all pain, but it can save you a lot of pain and misunderstanding if you have a rough idea of what you're getting into. if you know the dynamics between people to begin with. But again, there's still no guarantee because, just life happens and you're always thrown curveballs. But I would, sounds like I'm now telling people to explore the world of BDSM and pimping. But if you're going to follow up and listen to Patrice O'Neill, you'll come to know that about him anyway. And some of the stories he has are fucked up, like beyond the pale and stuff that I could never envision myself ever doing or want to do. But the man is a savage, but behind that there's a deep fucking wisdom and deep knowledge and an honesty that is fucking rare and should be cherished. And his use of the word cunt is glorious. I think we should put something in our constitution where we protect that word above all words. And if we lose that word cunt, we're fucking doomed. All right, so let's see if we can hear Mel rage on a little bit.
And he's now insane. But you see, I was kicking, my girl says immediately, oh shit.
Just more black people fighting on the news and getting into trouble. This is
It's
like
a court date, though. Somebody's attacking a suspect.
court date ends in brawl.
Bitch better have my money.
Great discussion, but what the fuck happened to the Mel Gibson tape number 4?
I think we should break and go back to it.
Yeah, we're going to go right back into the Mel Gibson tape number 4 after the break, okay? And as we go to break, we're going to play the Shining thing that D-Boy came up with.
That shit's funny, man.
And fucking whatwouldtylerdurdendo.com put it on the fucking front page today.
That shit's hilarious.
That's a big hit for the Opie and Anthony show, D-Boy.
In wrapping up, I just you're right about people who galvanize races are killed. And I just wanted to congratulate you. You're going to be 150 before you die. I wasn't sure how that was going to come out. I kind of tripped to the finish line.
It still works. WWTDD.com if you want to hear this again, but here it is on our show right now. D-Boy's Mel Shining thing.
Fucking embarrassment to me. You look like a fucking bitch on heat. And if you get raped by a pack of niggers, it'll be your fault.
Yes.
All right? Okay? I don't want you.
What are you talking about?
I don't believe you anymore. I don't trust you. I don't love you.
I just want to go back to my room.
I don't want you. Okay? But I don't want you anymore.
I'm very confused.
Fucking listen to me.
I just need a chance to think things over.
Listen to my fucking ranting. Listen to what you do to me. You make my life so fucking difficult. You don't care. You don't care. I'm threatening. I'll put you in a fucking rose garden, you cunt. You understand that?
The Opie and Anthony Show on the virus. Sirius XM.
Damn show is flying by today. Patrice O'Neill in studio.
Rockin'.
Now, we're going to get right into the Mel Gibson tape.
Yes.
Tape number 4. We played it late in the show yesterday. We're going to play it again here so we could really enjoy it and get Patrice's take on it.
Bask in
And then
it.
Sam runs down the hall during the break and goes, tape number 5 being released at 9:30 this morning.
No fucking
And you know
way.
that the Today Show led today by saying, are these tapes real? They're even confused. Like, at this point, are these fucking tapes real?
It's doing too much damage.
And we believe
to
on
him.
this show that they have to be real, but they're questioning it because
Yes.
it's so unbelievable to everybody.
I have Mel Gibson from Australia on the phone. We'll talk to him.
And also, the remix is coming in like crazy from one person. D-Boy is becoming a international
amazing.
star at this point.
D-Boy's amazing.
His Shining remix is on whatwouldtylerdurdendo.com. We just played it for you. But now we got Tiger Woods calling Mel Gibson.
Wow.
We got Dog the Bounty Hunter
Nice.
calling Mel Gibson.
Uh-oh.
So we got a lot of shit to do. So we should jump right into tape number 4 here so we can
Yeah.
play the remixes after that, okay?
Let's hear Mel Gibson. This is tape number 4.
And tape number 5 coming out in about an hour, and we'll certainly play it as soon as we get it. But first, tape number 4 once again.
Total idea. What the fuck do you hope to accomplish with that? What are you hoping to accomplish with that? What, are you going to pay me back? If you do that, it's over. It's over
I did not blame you.
You said I was mean. You were fucking annoyed at me. For what reason? I
What?
did nothing but be nice to you.
What?
I've done nothing but be nice to you.
I didn't blame you last night.
What are you little bitch this morning for?
I wasn't doing anything.
What did I do? And you said, oh, also earlier today never mind. What the fuck were you gonna say?
Mel is being a little unreasonable.
We've been saying it all along. We're amazed that Mel Gibson has to put up with this shit.
He's
He's Mel fucking Gibson.
But it's the old Mel Gibson now.
Oh yeah, with the dry hair.
It's not the,
I forgot.
Not
yes.
Road Warrior.
Not the moist
Mad Max.
hair.
Mad Max.
His hair's a little dry.
I wasn't gonna say about any earlier today. It's just I was gonna say about last night. That's all.
I let you sleep.
Fucking
That's
hyperventilating.
my fucking mistake. I should have woke you up and said, fucking blow me, bitch. I should have fucking woken you up and said, blow me. You would have liked that better, yeah? You need the goddamn sleep.
We were supposed to go to jacuzzi, and you said you have to wait for something.
So why did you have to wait?
You said.
You go to the goddamn jacuzzi.
I'm afraid it's dark outside.
Fuck it.
Right there.
I love that.
This is how you know this is not all her. Every time she does make a point, which anyone will do, Mel dismisses it. She, what about that? And Mel was like, fuck it.
Well, it's dark outside. I'm scared. Fuck it. Get out there. Blow me.
All Mel is doing is throwing roundhouse punches, and every time she effectively blocks one, instead of going, oh, okay, you blocked one, he just backs up and goes, all right, and then uppercuts.
He just keeps
He's just
coming
looking
in.
for ins.
But she's attacking him with what annoys him. Is her lack of lack of humanity.
No,
he's
man.
so mad.
Well, she has
You
her
said-
agenda.
You
She
said
takes
we
this
will
whole
go
fucking
to
thing.
jacuzzi. We go to jacuzzi.
Yeah, she
But
sounds
if
like
that
Michio
wasn't-
Kaku when
but
she
if that
argues.
wasn't how, if that wasn't how she argued, then he would go, "What the bitch? What is this?
Are you taping me? Yeah, that's true.
Like that's what she does.
Yeah.
She was being her. But man, dismissive, jacuzzi.
It's all nice when they were in the sweetheart phase, you know. Mel, that's wonderful that you do for me. I love you. I love you too. It's wonderful. It's fabulous. and then it's just like, oh, Mel, I was go to jacuzzi.
God, fuck!
Why would that be a problem?
I don't know. He's mad, though.
He's mad about the
He's
jacuzzi.
fucking mad.
She started getting rights
Yes.
somewhere in that relationship. She slowly got her rights,
Oh,
and
damn.
he lost it, but he didn't catch that she was getting her rights when it just one day
He
she
went,
woke
oh
up
my
and
God.
she had rights.
Oh, my God, she's got rights. Yeah.
I just waited for you. I waited and waited till I fell asleep, and then
Waited like 2.5 fucking minutes. You're fucking snoring. Don't you dare wait. You're blaming me right now. Now I'm blaming you. You went to sleep.
I don't blame you.
I deserve to be blown before the fucking jacuzzi.
The greatest thing.
I can. Oh my god. He's angry about this.
Yeah, he deserved to be blown. Of course. Like, see how simple we are. Like how easy we are to please. That's all it fucking takes. It's like, suck my dick, shut the fuck up, make me a cup of tea, and we're
Wait
happy.
for more than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Now, bitch. Now.
It's such a bizarre thing to have a fucking fight about, honestly.
But that's it because he fucking, he must know he can have it elsewhere, or that's how it was. Like that's how it's always fucking been. Like, so
Right.
and again, we know the honeymoon phase of any relationship. It's like you do whatever you can, like, or to please the other person in the relationship. So again, like you're presenting your best fucking self. So if Mel wants blowjobs, he probably got blowjobs on demand. It's like suck my dick, yes, Mel. Tickle my toes, yes, Mel. Yes, Mel. Yes, Mel. Yes, Mel.
Yeah,
She's-
this sense of privilege doesn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
this is the relationship that they built over the course of however long, and suddenly the rules have changed.
Yeah, and now it's like she's comfortable. So and they've probably fallen in love. He's in love with her. Look how angry he fucking is. Like somebody
You
you don't,
only, yeah,
someone you
you
don't
only
care
get
about.
that angry about, yeah.
Person you love. You can only be to get that angry. You have to be very comfortable with somebody. To let them see that fucking side of you. So he's furious. So he's still thinking back to the days of oh well, I would just click my fingers and off she'd run over to him and get on her knees and suck his dick. And now he's having to chase it. So he's having to beg. He's turned into that guy who has to beg his wife for a blowjob. Please, it's my birthday. It's our anniversary. Please, I beg. Would you mind? So if you ever have to ask your wife or your partner for a blowjob, you're done. It's a click of the finger should be enough.
Or you get into a mood together, and then it just happens naturally. Yeah, but
sometimes it's like sometimes you just want a pint. You don't want to go to the pub. Sometimes you just want a blowjob just to help you relax of an evening. And you don't want to do the whole kind of fucking romance thing. And the same for women. Sometimes they just want their pussy. But the difference but the difference is a man will eat a fucking random pussy just because it's pleasurable. It doesn't have to be in the mood for it. It's like, yeah, you want your pussy eaten? Yeah, no problem. Give me 5 minutes and just let me clean up here, have a shave. I'll be with you presently. There's very few women who'd have to beg a man for a blowjob. Or the other way around. So I think the nature of the relationship has changed, but it may not be reasonable to demand blowjobs on command, unless you've come to that arrangement previously. And if that is the case and that's broken down, well then, something as drastic has obviously fucking changed. But he's not in his right mind anyway. He's fucking furious. So you talk all sorts of shit when you're in that level of rage. Nothing makes sense. He's regressed to a 6-year-old where I want my toys now. I want it now. It's Willy Wonka. I want it now, Daddy. Like I want the golden blowjob now.
Let's go back to it.
Thing ever said by a man, right there.
I deserve to be blown first before
I
the
challenge
jacuzzi.
you. That is the greatest thing ever said by a man.
When you think of the problems in the world, like there literally are kids who have flies crawling on their mouths, and then like if aliens came here and they just looked at all human problems, and they went from someone with a fly on their mouth and then just fucking panned over to Mel. I deserve to be blown before the jacuzzi.
Is this greater than one step for?
Oh my God! One step from that one time. Of course.
I think like we're missing a trick here. Like this is how all fucking like negotiations should begin with. Like so, you have the problem in Ukraine, Ukraine, Europe, Russia, the States. So we get every leader into a room, and before the negotiations begin, everyone gets a blowjob. More relaxed. It's more conducive to agreement. You don't want someone going in there all tense. The previous night before, the wife would give him a blowjob. So it's just generally it's a more serene space, I think. After you've received, and it has to be a good blowjob as well, because there's only one thing worse than not getting a blowjob, and that's getting a poor blowjob. Chapped lips or some issue with the saliva glands. Yeah. Just a thought. I should keep notes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Line is right up there.
Right up there?
Yeah. Ich bin ein
How can this be
Berliner.
fake? If this is a fake thing, it has to be put up for some kind of Oscar. Because
it would
no
be
one
the most
says
amazing.
that. No one says that in improv.
This has to be put in a time capsule.
He would be
for other
sitting-
generations.
If this was fake, he would be sequestered somewhere right now, going, I can't believe they're still fucking believing this when I said, blow me before the jacuzzi. Like that line, if I had said that as a joke, and people believed it, I'd be amazed. Amazed that people would believe that a human would say something that silly.
Didn't he say, too, you could hear she talks over because she is very rude, interrupting this amazing tirade.
Yes.
Good boy, Jimmy.
Doesn't he say, like, that one part, can we hear that again?
Oh,
I think she
went
goes
backwards.
Didn't she go, like, you blew me? She goes, you blew me, you fell asleep without blowing me. He says it again before he says you deserve.
Yes.
The first time he says it.
Let me go way back then.
It's like a second before it.
Oh, it is? All right, let's pick it up here.
For what is she? The part that's the thing. She said the thing where she goes, oh my God, fuck it, play it. Because there's something she says and I still don't get. Because I don't get it.
Part of it is this. I think she fell asleep before they fucked around.
Yes, that's what.
Mel is one of these guys who he's really feeling like he feels sexually rejected, and it's like I used to do that in relationships where if I didn't get what I wanted sexually, I would brood, and I would brood, and then the next day everything she'd go, "How you doing? Fine." And I would wait for her to know that she didn't do what I wanted her to do sexually. I was really hurt and selfish, but I was angry. And it was like she would do something else, like, not get me the right kind of sandwich. I'd be like, what the fuck? That's not what I asked for.
Right.
All coming from this night before. And that's where that rage
about... What was the 2-minute thing?
You were asleep in 2 minutes.
Okay, or whatever. Okay. He apparently had to do something. So he left the room.
He was excited to go into the bedroom and get a little action.
He said
but she was asleep in 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes, he came back. She goes, well, you left for a while. And he goes, a while? It was 2.5 minutes. He comes back, and she's snoring. He said something like snoring.
Yes, we are slowly uncovering this thing.
Yes.
Again, I think...
She changed the contract.
She fucking... In that, she starting to treat him like an old man
with dry hair.
Keep
going with the dry hair thing.
And that's her job was not to treat him like that. Yeah. Her job was to fucking make him feel like. And there's one of the tapes where he goes, "I want a woman to make me feel
like a man."
Man. And he has no soulmate. But because he's a fucking billionaire sociopath who now Dick doesn't get raging hard. He doesn't get Road Warrior hard no more.
Road Warrior.
And he needs a girl that accepts that his dick is a little bendy.
Dick needs that brace like a Road Warrior had on his leg.
He needs love. He needs somebody that loves his dry hair.
But he's also here's where he fucked up and changed the contract. She is expecting Mel Gibson to be Mel Gibson and go, it's time for some fucking stupid. Instead, every time she rejects him, he's like, oh, come on.
Yep.
She wasn't ready for, oh, come on. She's like, oh, no. Yeah. He's like every guy I've fucked. He's like, she owns him. He should own her, but he doesn't. She owns him sexually, and he rejects it.
Women want you to talk. Yeah. Women want you to talk the relationship from suicide. They're willing to take, but they want. I'm telling you, man. My girl finds this to be. She wants to get me to that point because it seems like it means something. But it's like they do that. They fucking do that anytime. Like my girl. Now she talks, right? She talks a lot. And she repeats things 50 times because she's like, I'm talking. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. And I gotta go, bitch, listen, man, you gotta shut up. And then she goes, see? And I go, look, the only thing I can do is leave. Because I'm not going to try to convince you. I'm telling you, you're trying to be abusive. You're trying to move into a position that ain't going to allow our relationship to exist. You being better than me. Mm-hmm. You can't live like that. Women can't live with a guy that's not better than them. So when she tries to start talking and here's what happened, and then I go, and she goes, oh, let me finish. I go, okay, so I see where you're going, cunt. You're spreading your wings, huh? You think you're fucking, Prince of Zamunda, ho? Like you think now you explore with me? Explore by yourself, you fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hit on a great point there.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So people always have this fucking question in their head, like, why do women stay with violent men? And that's what he just hit upon there. I remember talking to an older woman who was in series of fucking bad relationships where she was actually beaten to a pulp on numerous occasions. And so, you know, me being me, I'd rather than say, oh, that's fucking terrible. So I said, well, you know, what was that about? Why did you stay in the relationship? And so we were talking for about 10 more minutes. And then she told me that she thought that meant that he loved her. So because he was willing to beat the shit out of her, that showed her just how much that she meant to him, that she was able to bring him to that state where I think it was because, you know, she threatened to leave him and he beat her up because he didn't want her to leave. That meant to her that, Jesus, he must really love me if he beats the fucking shit out of me, you know? And that's so fucked up. Like, it's monumentally fucked up. And I think most women would never be able to bring themselves to admit that. And that would be a great fucking help for men, because it wouldn't encourage men to, you know, well, maybe it would, I don't know. Like, it's Saturday night, it's beat the shit out of your wife night, you know?
Yeah, just keep her topped up, you know?
Yeah, but that's, again, going back to Patrice and his BDSM, that's where, you know, that might actually be of use, where if you have ritualized beatings, you know?
Oh,
hear me out.
God, okay.
But it's controlled, much like MMA. We recognize that there's an inherent need within most men to, you know, beat each other up. But if you have a governing body and strict rules that are adhered to and strong penalties in the event that you go beyond the pale, much like BDSM would have, you know, safe words thrown in there as well, it may, you know, satisfy both of those needs: a man's need to be aggressive and dominant, and a woman's need to be submissive and have that threat of violence. And, you know, for the man to be strong and to be able to control, but safely. Because let's face it, no woman really respects a wet wipe of a man. Like, we see it in numerous, I'm sure people see it in their own lives, where, you know, if the woman is in full control of the relationship and the husband or boyfriend, you know, tags along as like some fucking puppy, like when push comes to shove, as soon as she's off to the fucking out with her friends, like she's looking for that kind of strong alpha guy, and she'll have an affair with him, you know. So yeah, but again, I find it hard. I don't think the average woman could bring herself to admit that that she secretly longs for a man to beat the living shit out of her.
I don't think you have to go that far. I mean, what really does it for me with Patrice is what he just touched upon. Basically, the relationship can't survive if you're better than me. Because you need someone to be better than you. It's a real fucking thing, you know.
Yeah, and it's much more prevalent now, where a lot of women are, you know, financially stronger than men. You know, it's a real thing, and it's harder for, you know, women to find that man. If you're earning 150, 200 grand a year, it's a small pool of men that are earning the million, you know, where you're willing to, for lack of a better word, submit. And it has to be recognized that, you know, women, you know, want to submit to a man, because when push comes to shove, like we talk about the violence, you know, and that's ultimately where a lot of things end up in human relationships. When everything else falls to pieces, it's a case of like who's physically stronger in any given scenario, you know.
Yeah.
So on a psychological level, women will need that, and for men as well. Like, you know, as a man, if your woman is earning more money than you, if she happens to be physically stronger or, you know, intellectually superior than you, the man can't be happy in the relationship either. And it doesn't mean that you have to get involved with some fucking, you know, homeless dummy just so you can feel safe and secure in your relationship, you know. But again, in a world where, you know, that's no longer the case, if we're to have successful relationships, well, then I think we need to come up with novel ideas how to approach it, or it's a case where we flip the whole fucking script on its head. It seems to be happening that, like JD Vance said earlier, that everybody becomes some sort of androgynous dummy. Or sexless, even. That would probably be how the future will turn out. Governments, and they've always seemed to, and not only governments, but any sort of institution that thrives on power seems to like to poke their nose into fucking people's sexual relationships, be it the Catholic Church or the new Puritans. Maybe that's the future. Just an androgynous blob of people who don't engage in sex, or maybe the chips can sort that out for us. We can just have an app that links to your phone and just have a little orgasm button, you know. You can just press it repeatedly. Elon will make that happen for us. Yeah, but just seriously though, like it's a great point he made, and that's the genius of Patrice O'Neill, because in language that's easily understandable, he gets across the most fucking profound, complex ideas that, you know, psychologists will charge you fucking thousands to figure out, and 3 years down the line, you know, this guy just in a joke, you know.
Oh, he had his own advice show that came on after Opie and Anthony, and that's where his advice really shines in a, you know, a condensed form.
Yeah, the black
A
fella.
man calls up and asks, "Hey, I've got this situation going on with my girl," and he just bulldozes right through the false problem and gets to the real problem behind it.
Yeah.
Shall we return?
Yeah, let's return. I'm just gonna put the
Creep.
All right.
Tea addiction.
And explore this.
Well, should I wait for you to finish? I mean, you won't hear it.
You can carry on if you wish, or chat away. I'll leave it up to you. I'll jump.
All right. I think we'll leave it for you to come back.
Okay.
It's not going to kill us.
Cool.
Yeah. Whew. Oh, fuck me. We're coming up on our 4th hour of the anti-broadcast, our first ever video edition of the show. We're going to continue the radio show. However, it's going to go back to the original day that it aired for, well, since the beginning of evrn.net. That's Wednesdays. I don't know what time, maybe 6 p.m., as opposed to how we've been starting the last few years, which is 9 and half 9. And every Friday, we're going to continue with this this new format that we have, where there's many more possibilities when we can look at things together and appreciate them together and analyze them together. There's nothing Morgan in particular loves more than looking at people and then tearing them apart in terms of how they look. We did that with what do you call that fella? No, it's too late. You know, oh fuck! It was at on the tip of my tongue. People that we would know in the nationalist movement. We've taken the piss out of all of them, and that's what you got to do. You know, you have to hold everyone to the same standard. You can take a look on Eclectic Vibrations. The Anti-Broadcast YouTube channel, and we did a whole lengthy segment on Ming Flanagan. Quite a character. You know, started out with trying to get weed legalized, and then went on to be in the Dáil, where he took advantage of that privilege by getting his speeding fines waived. And then he went on to be an MEP in Brussels, where he's been sitting like a toad for 10 years, and now he's into his third run up there. I'm surprised that he got in, but in preparation for the election of last year, he released kind of a biographic video, and it was just so self-congratulatory, and for some reason we had to see B-roll of him drying himself off in his car after a swim in the ocean, and we had to look at his ugly foot while he dried it. Just fucking top notch. Absolutely revolting stuff. So check it out on the Anti-Broadcast channel. I'll sleep like a baby tonight. Jeez Louise. While Morgan is away, I will try to dig up that YouTube channel. I've seen it pop up a few times. And I hope that it just hasn't disappeared forever, because it's a classic. We need to see it. Excuse the dead air. No, I thought I could find the magic keywords to bring it up, but no, that's not meant to be. Oh, Rude Awakening, that's what it is. Yeah, Rude Awakening. Fantastic. I'm glad that I actually remembered the name of this. He's just priceless, he is.
Thank you for calling Bell Canada Customer Service. How can I help you today?
Yes, hi. I just got a phone call saying you guys are going to give me a new router.
So, sir, we are replacing your router with fiber optics, which will provide you high-speed internet and will give you the most safest and securest internet service. And then with this fiber optics, the installation and the replacement comes free, so you do not have.
This is the rare find of a YouTube channel that I thought I was going to bring on the show, and it was going to be a special thing, but then Who Are These Podcasts covered it.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Because when I discovered that video, it only had 27 views, and now it has 174 views, so...
No.
Yeah.
Oh, we can still bring him on. Like, who was he?
Yeah.
Just
I don't know. Sasquatch is what his channel is called, and he's doing a series called Rude Awakening.
All right.
Where every morning it seems he's calling a different company and just, I don't know, just being an annoying asshole. Like, just, let's watch the rest.
And your monthly internet bill will also remain the same. And sir, this replacement is totally mandatory, okay?
Okay.
And sir, before I provide you the date and time for the installation of your new router, what I have to do is, I have to check the compatibility of our fiber optics with their daily devices. So in order to do that, I have to connect you with our Bell server. So do you have a computer or a laptop for that?
I do have a computer here, but I have one question for you. You said it's totally mandatory. What did you mean by that?
So it's compulsory to replace your router into fiber optics. Because right now we are replacing the older version routers into fiber optics, sir. So that is what is mean by mandatory, sir. If it is compulsory.
Okay,
you do not have to
okay,
pay
you're
any money for the replacement.
okay. You're confusing me. First you said it's mandatory, then you said it's compulsory. Those are two totally different things.
Yes, sir. So, sir, compulsory means mandatory. It's similar to mandatory.
No, compulsory means that you have to choose, but mandatory means that you don't have a choice.
Yes, sir. Mandatory means that you do not have a choice. You have to replace this router, sir.
Okay, but you said that it is compulsory as well. So can you please make up your mind which one you're going with?
Yes, sir. It's mandatory, sir.
Okay, well, okay, yeah. You asked me if I have a computer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's actually all packed away because I'm moving today. I'm moving in with my son. And so basically what I did was I closed down my Bell account yesterday. So basically I'll be hooking up with my son's internet after I move in with him.
So right now your computer is packed?
Yes, it's all packed up, and like I said, I'm moving today.
Okay, did you got a call from us before 15 minutes ago?
Sorry?
Did you got any call from us earlier, like 15 or 20 minutes ago?
No, you're the first person from Bell Canada that's actually called me.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah.
What's that?
I have no idea. And you know, now that I listened to it again, he was actually talking to a scammer.
All right.
It had to be. I mean,
Well,
they
yeah.
asked if he has a laptop or to test if it's compatible. That doesn't make any sense.
You know, well, anytime I talk to an Indian, I'm convinced I'm talking to a scammer anyway. It's gotten that bad. Like, even Vodafone ringing. Yeah. Like the minute I hear the Indian accent, it's like, okay, this is obviously a scam.
Yeah.
GP happens to be Indian as well, like, so that's really uncomfortable. What are you trying to get from me? Actually, no, he's actually quite a nice man. Like,
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, they're not all bad.
No, there's a lot of them though, so there are a lot of bad ones by just by pure chance, you know, or statistically speaking. Right, Patrice.
All right.
This new world without me. You're not gonna explore on me. That's what she did to Mel. She explored, and he flinched. She went like this with the pretending to hit him, and he went, oh, and she said, oh, this scared motherfucker. You can't flinch with these bitches. You have to mentally abuse them. You can't. They won't settle for less.
What a great the way they talk about it is the power shift in the relationship, where the dominant person then becomes the submissive person, and then the whole rest of the relationship you're fighting to get your old job
bullshit,
back.
But you ain't getting it back.
You flinch. Good way to put it.
Get out of there.
Done.
Leave.
Great way to put it. It's over. Great way to put it.
With that, let's go back to the tape.
And then
Waited like 2.5 fucking minutes. You're fucking snoring. Don't you dare wait. You're blaming me right now. Now I'm blaming you. You went to sleep.
I don't blame you.
I deserve to be blown first before the fucking jacuzzi. Until I burn the goddamn house down.
Oh,
but
God.
blow me first. How dare you? How fucking dare
dare her? How? Then he punctuates it with a.
All she has to do is suck his dick, and he'd be nice Mel again.
How dare she?
Now
by
you
the
get
way.
this
Now,
equipment from
there is
Radio Shack, by the
also
way.
everyone said there's only one other time I've ever heard somebody threaten to burn a house down because of something so ridiculous, and it was some guy who was having difficulty with his microphone. On a radio show. Ring any bells?
Yeah, I think.
Do you have that?
I think
clip?
it's still on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. Hang on.
With that, yeah. So we're all brought to rage. Yeah, it's rejection, really, isn't it? Like it's being rejected, be it from a woman or a microphone that won't work. It's the, it's the rejection that kills us and brings us to that level of fucking rage. Yeah, but it's completely ridiculous. Like, fucking deserve to be blown. But maybe he does. Like, maybe we're just we're not recognizing it, that we all deserve to be blown. Really, it should be a human right, it should be in the charter there, It's number 5 in the Human Rights Charter, the right to be blown. At least once, I don't know, what would be good? Once a week, once a day, maybe blowjob day or blowjob week. Pride gets a month, like surely we can set aside a week for blowjobs. Come on. And we can make it equal, if you receive one, you have to give one, It's like that giving thing that Oprah Winfrey did as well, Where random acts of kindness, random blowjobs of kindness. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Well, it'd be a much better world. No.
Yeah, look, we have to figure it out somehow, like you said yourself.
Yeah, you have like concerts and campaigns, like live, instead of Live Aid, we could have live blowjob, where Bob Geldof can get on stage and start giving blowjobs to poor starving Africans. Get the money.
You know what? I don't have the clip. It's probably somewhere buried deep into the archives there, but
yeah, don't worry about it.
There's no finding it.
We'll find it. We'll have a
Yeah.
special place to keep it for such events, like when anyone's being
Burn the fucking house down.
But that's just it, it's like the rage fucking lives within us. Like, we can't legislate against it. It's there for a good fucking reason,
Yeah.
Granted, it's not a great challenge line,
I don't know, man. I see some things that some women put up with, and I think actually, it would work on a lot of people. I had a friend, a very base personality from Belgium. Spent a lot of his life growing up in Ireland, and I would be out in the town with him doing whatever, going to places or just walking around, even with the dogs. And sometimes he would see a woman that he finds attractive, so he would wolf whistle. And I would try to put as much physical distance between myself and him as possible. And at some point I just said, dude, can you not do that when you're in my company? And he said, what's the problem? Some of them like it. And I'm like, wait, what? No, I don't think so. And he said, yeah, actually, a few times I wolf whistled at a woman on the street, and she turned around and said, how are you doing? So,
Yeah.
Horses for courses.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit like whipping your dick out and waving it around, isn't it? Like, eventually someone's going to respond positive to it. Yeah, I don't know. That the wolf whistle's very 1970s.
Yeah.
I don't know if
it's an awfully weird one.
Yeah. But I suppose it can be flattering, couldn't it? Like if,
I mean, I think it should be, someone's recognizing your beauty.
Yeah. But again, it's, I suppose, isn't there campaigns against that, like to stop that wolf whistling and complimenting women and opening doors and looking at them and talking to them, generally leaving the house. Isn't there politicians in the UK who call for curfews for men as well, so women feel safe walking the streets?
Yeah, a woman went missing, and nobody even figured out what happened to her before that politician stood up and said, "Right, that's it. We need to lock men up." God knows she could have left because she was sick of everyone in her life and wanted something new, or she could have been murdered by a woman. Possibly that happens.
Yeah, no, just keep the man inside, and then everything will be safe.
Yeah, everything will be okay. Yeah, fuck that. All right, back to Philip.
I don't know. What is this? What's going on? Like, how is she doing this?
It's a really good recording, right?
Phone recorder.
Yeah, she fucking set this up in advance.
She must
nicely for herself.
This is tremendous.
She obviously had somebody help her out.
Yeah, hell fucking yes.
This dummy.
She wouldn't be able to figure this out on her own, right?
She's just giggling at him.
How amazing is it to yell at somebody and be serious? Like, that's how Mel Gibson-y he is, to go, "You fell asleep without blowing me." Like, I would think that, but never actually say it.
Burn your fucking house down. Blow me.
I deserve to be
How dare
blown
you.
before the fucking jacuzzi.
He said, "How dare you?"
He's so mad. He's so.
How dare you?
Like he insulted his mother. Like how dare you not blow me?
That's when God invented emotions. It's like he's as close to godly mad as have you ever been that fucking?
Yes. Yes.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I can't say.
And expressed it.
Yes, for real. But that goes into, I hate to say that the tiny rageaholic, but that's where rage is just fueling itself, and it's not about the argument anymore. It's about anger making you angrier. It's about the anger it's the high of being angry as opposed to the issue.
The maddest I've ever been with my woman. Now, we went to get her. She needed a new car, a new something to drive. It was the choice of. The money was a brand new car, these cheaper cars, brand new, or an old truck. She wanted badly a truck, but she kept saying to me, "What should I do?" I said, "I think you should use this money to get a brand new car." But I want a truck. But what do you think? What? She did that 75 times until my head got so filled up with blood of mad at what she was doing. And I said, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And we talked about it yesterday because this Mel Gibson shit opens up that shit.
Yeah.
She thinks in her head that she wasn't doing some manipulative little pussy ass shit to get her way. So she doesn't understand my fury because women get to have an excuse for everything. They don't have to have their own shit. They're not taught to go, "You know what? I fucked up. I did that." I never heard a girl go, "I fucked up. I really, that was some stupid." Some probably do. But they have an excuse. This girl did something to Mel, man. I'm telling you, for him to lose it like that, it's because she's just a game player.
Dude, I've been so angry before, I've actually had to say to women, and I've never hit a woman in my life, but there's been times where I visualize what their teeth would look like falling out. Wow. And I have for real had to say, and this is at a woman who's screaming at me. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't really, I've had it a couple times in my life where I've actually had to scream, you have to stop talking. Like, almost like breaking the code of the argument and going, you really have to stop talking. And I'm not threatening. I never say I'm going to hit you, but they understand, oh, this is going to an awful place, and I'm not saying I'm threatening them, but I think they understand. It's like my anger is fueling my anger.
How can you hate mental abuse if you're a woman when my next recourse is to put my fist through your fucking head? Like, why are you doing this? Like, that's my next thing.
Women
like,
don't
so how can you not?
Women do not understand that.
No, it's just there's this impenetrable fucking iron curtain of you can't hit a woman.
Yeah. It only goes so far. Most men will just leave at that stage. It's right. I'm leaving the scene before it gets to that. But there's a point where the rage will just take over, and that reaction will fucking happen. And women need to understand that. And you can hear it in fucking Jim's voice there, like never hit a woman, but he's wanted to hit a woman, but he won't hit a woman. But there is that line that gets crossed where it's going to fucking happen, because you can't get in somebody's face, you can't drive them to the point of fucking madness and then expect it to just fizzle out, because it's a completely unequal fucking relationship where the woman can slap you in the face, throw a fucking knife at you, a frying pan, punch you, and she will still expect not to be hit in some way, shape, or form. But just take it from a man. Eventually, if you push a man far enough, he's going to fucking hit you. It's just that fucking.
Well, men these days, a lot of them would sooner walk away and punch a breeze block wall and hurt themselves before they hurt you.
Yeah.
However, if you beat a man down over the course of months and it's just relentless and they feel hopeless, don't be surprised if a fist just kind of pops up and connects with your face.
Yeah, I think it's gotten to the stage where just a lot of men just don't even want to fucking bother. Like, they've been so downtrodden and fucking beaten down about it that they go, do you know what? I'm not even going to fucking bother anymore. Like, what's the point, But those men can always join Islam, get yourself a nice Muslim wife, wrap her in a blanket, and beat her gently, like the Quran demands, as long as it's gently. Admonish her first, admonish her twice, and then the third time, beat her gently. Not severely, but gently, which I suppose is a nicer way of going about it, a nice gentle beating every now and again never did anybody any harm.
All right, let's carry on.
You let me tell you something. I bet you OJ's listening to this going, come on, Mel, do it, nigga. You know you want to do it. That's how OJ was feeling right before heads was flying.
Yeah, justify what I did.
Unrecorded phone calls of OJ that sounded
probably
like
very
this.
similar.
You fucked the waiter.
You fucking. He's in my fucking car.
He's juicing me correctly.
Yes.
I'll cut your fucking head off.
Absolutely.
Sounded like Macho Man. It's like if a bitch can get you to sound like Macho Man, boy, it's fucking. Ooh, yeah, cunt.
Do you hear how he's hanging on to his dominance, though? He keeps going, it's over. It's like by saying that, he's trying to have her go, no, I don't want it to be over. It's like you've already lost your number one position, your number two.
And if it's over, just fucking hang up. It's done.
Yeah. Great movie quote is War Games. It's like when you do that, it can't be because look, if I say to my girl, sweet, I think we gotta wrap this up. It can't be some trick to get her to go, no. It has to be a rational. Like in War Games, it was like the only winning move is not to play. And it's like, I'm not trying to play with your emotions. I know I can be, a lot of times guys are just possessive, man, and they possess women. We have to be rational. And he is in a bad spot because she used to fear him. She used to fear his rage, his money, now he's scrambling, and you can't do that. You cannot do that. But you have to make them understand. You have to make them understand that the best thing is that they stay mentally where they was when they liked you. Or it's going to end up this.
Yeah, but that ain't going to happen. Yeah, that's
all right.
so rare.
The true lesson to learn from War Games is just unplug the goddamn thing.
Unplug that bitch. Just pull out this.
All right, let's get back to the
That bitch's
tape.
batteries out.
Let's get back to the tape because we got some remixes to play that people are going to really enjoy.
You wanted the number of my therapist? Don't you ever speak to him. Find your own goddamn therapist. Because you got problems more than me.
You need
You know how
medication.
to fucking push my buttons. And it is not going to work with us. It's not. I can't get like this anymore. And you know you're doing it. And you're a liar. And you're dishonest. And you're fucked up. So you stay the fuck away from me. Take care of your fucking son. And I better have my daughter. I just want my daughter and a maid. It's a lot less fucking trouble.
He's like Steve Martin at the end of The Jerk. I want my daughter and a maid and this paper clip.
Daughter and a maid. It's a lot less fucking trouble. They clean up after themselves. They make your goddamn bed, which you did not. You don't have to worry about emotional blackmail or any of the other bullshit that you put me through. I just need a nice woman to look after my beautiful daughter. I don't have to fuck her or anything. You're a pain in the ass. You're a pain in my ass. Stop being that. You're a pain in my ass. Nothing but.
And that's where that tape ends.
If that's not the greatest cliffhanger
Well,
since fucking The Empire Strikes Back.
tape number 5 comes out in 45 minutes, and we'll have it.
And she hangs up on him all the
minutes.
time because the beginning of the other tape, he starts off, "Don't you fucking hang up."
Oh,
on
right,
me."
right.
Yeah.
Like-
She's not now because she's recording. So
Right, so she's just fucking.
You think he's onto it now?
What is he do? Maybe he's drunk or high.
Yeah.
Maybe he's listening to it with complete embarrassment.
Maybe she's not recording
These
today.
these were all made before. These conversations already happened. He's not just continually calling her. These are done.
No,
She's
I
a
mean
ball.
now. What is?
Oh, literal
like? What is
Jim.
he feeling now? What is he feeling now?
I'm embarrassed. I didn't.
like he'd still be calling. Yeah, all the tapes are out, and he's still calling.
I'm embarrassed. Shut up.
Okay, faggot, what's next? He's probably sitting there going, "Oh God, I hope it,
Is
I
he,
hope
you
she didn't.
think?
I hope she didn't record that other
Yes!
thing." That's what he's thinking.
There's one
'Cause he
he's
has no
worried
idea.
about.
Yeah.
He has no idea which ones were recorded. It sounds like they had a lot of these conversations, and she probably finally fucking had and started taping them.
He's probably praying, "Oh God, please don't have
Not
the
that
fuck
one.
Haiti call recorded. Oh, please don't have the fuck Haiti call."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They can't handle a 7.0. Those weak, dirty, foreign niggas.
How weird is it that he needs the bed made? Not many guys need their bed made.
Well, he probably has a daily fucking maid.
Yeah, comes in.
But he wants her to do that.
Jesus,
Wow.
no
Make the
point.
bed.
What is
That's
Radar
a little
Online?
weird.
Is this thing big? I
Yeah.
just never.
It's the guy from Mad.
Do we want to skip ahead and find this fifth call?
Yeah, let's listen to the fifth call.
All right.
Nigger heard us say.
Oh, talking.
Don't care about me.
Forget it with my
He
next
don't
good
care.
movie.
You know what? Yeah, he's got plenty of money. Makes his own movies. He don't care.
What do you guys want to hear? D-Boy has 2 more fucking remixes.
Oh, okay. These are the remixes.
Which one do you want to hear?
Yeah, can't date a nigga.
Around the house.
Find out what she did.
You're a fucking bat in the side of the head. All right? How about that? You need a fucking doctor. You need a fucking brain transplant.
And not the fucking
That's
biggest
fair
miss
enough.
ever.
Fair enough. Yeah, I know. I'll take it.
That's right up there with the Jew who said, "Oh look, these Germans are coming into Warsaw to help us redecorate."
Are you embarrassed, Patrice? Are you heating up a little bit?
Not even a drop.
It is funny.
I do now understand. That's why
What an asshole.
I'm like, I stink.
Janine's got a suggestion for D-Boy. How about one with Red from Tube?
You can't give a fuck.
I don't do this for a living. It's like new to me.
You're a
happy.
Who's interviewing this guy?
No one. He's totally on the video camera.
No, someone should be interviewing. Like, he should be on a talk show going, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Didn't Kimmel grab him or something?
Oh, Kimmel got him? Did we try to get him? Probably.
What are we hearing?
I think it's still the remixes, isn't it? They're just going with remixes.
No.
Rainbow all the way.
Rainbow all the way across the sky.
Fuck you! Get the fuck away from me!
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not on here.
No, it was
There has
separate tape.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. I wonder if there's timestamps on this one.
It would fucking help, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. You need a timestamp. Well, there's something there. Doesn't say what the timestamps are.
No, I'm trying to slightly move on because I want your take on the Mel Gibson tapes. And the only reason I ask you this is because a brand new tape just hit.
Which is it?
We haven't heard it yet. It was just delivered to me.
How many fucking tapes? This dude is like Tupac with the amount of amount of recordings that have been. He's like Prince. He's got a vault full.
That's probably out there as a porno. I wouldn't doubt it.
Mel Gibson?
Please.
Brilliant.
Because I saw a quote that could be the funniest quote
I'm telling you. Which one? Which one did you like?
Well, I'd rather hear him say it.
No, you don't say it on the air. I just want
because it was I don't know. I saw it zip by where Mel Gibson says something about
that's
Timothy
classic.
Dalton.
All right, here we go. Believe it or not, a brand new Mel Gibson tape. Tape number 7.
Number 7?
Jesus.
Wow.
5 to 7.
Okay. We're really far ahead. Do you want to continue with that or search for number 5?
I'll just go with what we have. We'll be here till fucking 6 o'clock in the morning if we go to 5, 6, and fucking 7.
Great ring.
Hello.
Oh, you're there.
Oh, this is so Kino. I love it. You know what I loved at the end of the 4th tape? Stop being that!
Yeah, I know. It's just that easy. But you can hear the pain in his voice because we all know what that's like. It's like, it's not just that it's one person. It's a continuous fucking having to deal with the same shit endlessly where she just talks around in circles. And like you said earlier, she's given him that kind of passive fucking tone all the time, where previous to that, she's been pushing every single fucking button the man has, like. And now, even though he doesn't know he's being recorded, but now she's doing this and playing dumb and like, I don't understand what the problem is. I don't.
Yeah, it's frustrating. You don't say something that retarded as "stop being that."
Yeah.
Unless like your brain is just completely discombobulated. Yeah.
And he said it to her as well, and he's saying like, you do this all the fucking time, like you continuously do this, which I'm assuming is to bring him to that level of rage and then not acknowledge why he got to that level. It's not like that it just existed in some vacuum where it's like, okay, well, he goes from fucking, relatively calm to psychotic, like just because he doesn't get a blowjob, or maybe I don't fucking know.
All right, let's carry on.
Not a brand new Mel Gibson tape. Tape number 7.
Ooh.
Great ring.
Hello.
Oh, you're there.
It starts out great. It just starts out great. Hello? Oh, you're there. Oh, yeah.
Do you think that this is the indicator it's not going to be a pleasant call?
Did you get my flowers? Yeah, this is just bad right here. Oh, you're there.
You think she sees the caller ID and goes,
oh, here it
fuck,
comes.
Man, I wanted a
Here
peaceful
it comes.
day.
Hello.
Oh, you're there. I just want you to know that your whole relationship with me, everything about you was an offense to me and offended me and pissed me off. Did you get my last message about me being a bad father and Tim being a great dad now?
No, I didn't.
cunt. Because
she's just trying to enjoy her day.
and there's Mel on the other end of the phone.
But there's no bite to it even. Like, he's not even that angry when he calls. It's like he's just saying things that he has to say.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you didn't. Like, he's just getting himself riled up.
Why don't you fuck him?
He quit smoking. I'm telling you, you've quit smoking.
Okay, we're going to pull this up, yeah?
Yeah, see if he's learned his lesson. Yeah,
I don't
reckon.
think so.
Yeah, I recognize that phone call from Mel. That's where he just misses her. Like he's at that
Yeah.
stage. It's like, you know what? It's better to be in misery than to be alone. You know, so he's just ringing her to hear her voice and see if she'll talk or if there's some.
Yeah,
solve.
I've been there where, yeah, just be around the painful conflict rather than, nothing at all. So, this is Mel's current woman.
Yeah.
I would hope that she's nice.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd think he would have went for some frumpy thing. Like he said, he had his finger on the pulse there. He just needs a maid and somebody nice to look after his wife. Not to say this woman isn't, but there seems to be a pattern.
There's a pattern, of course, and we don't just suddenly drop our relationship patterns out of nowhere. That takes a lot of work, and who knows. But going for, like you said, a frumpy one. This
Too
Belgian
distinct from the other one, she looks kind of similar as well.
very similar. He has a type. This Belgian guy who wolf whistles at women in the hopes that one of them will like him. He made a very good point to me once. I guess I was, getting close to a woman that he wouldn't touch with a barge pole. And he said, look, you get the same shit from the fat ones as you do from the skinny ones. And it's true, like either someone's a cunt or they're not. Doesn't matter if they're attractive or not or anything else. Yeah. Shall we go back to the tape?
Yeah.
It's this one. All right.
I think that comes up in this tape.
Dude, I just read something about
okay.
Me and Colin had an argument when I quit smoking. I started crying at the bar at the Comedy Cellar.
Oh, shit.
Afterwards. It's like for the first 2 or 3 weeks, it's a drug fucking withdrawal, man. It is ungodly how fucking bad withdrawing from cigarettes is.
When I quit smoking, I think the second or third day, I couldn't find parking in the morning, and I started crying. I was just so frustrated with the situation.
Cry?
Yeah, it really does, man.
It's rage, dude. It's rage, and nothing goes anywhere. Wherever sadness should go here, anger should go here. You're like, put this in this place. It doesn't matter where.
It's just emotion.
Yeah. Anger, rage, sadness. Mix them up.
you didn't hear that one? Well, you should go and fuck him. You fickle cunt. Because I don't care. You offend me on every fucking level. You offend me on every fucking level. I despise you. I don't want you back. You have proven yourself to me. You're not a fucking woman I want. You can't hang.
Jesus
You think he rehearsed this being an actor, it's like 7 takes before he's scripted it out. You fickle cunt.
I mean, he probably recorded it a few times, and this is the last recording he made, and he's just playing it into the receiver.
Yeah, maybe they're his recordings.
There's no back and forth here,
Yeah. It's the monologue, isn't it? Like the Oscar scene, like, you fickle cunt. Now say with more venom, you fickle cunt. It's a great line, though,
Yeah. Oh, this whole monologue is fucking priceless. It really tells the story of the guy in the relationship that's on his last thread and has absolutely no hope left, and all he can do is endlessly tell this woman how much he hates her, even if it's not going anywhere. She's not responding, you know. Call up several times, leave like 20 fucking voicemail messages. You know, it's pathetic, but it's beautiful in how it captures the, you know, this particular emotion.
You're a fucking fake. You're a fucking sham. You don't know what the fuck it means to make a man happy. You didn't make me fucking happy. I couldn't make you happy with the best I did for anybody ever. Ever.
I heard.
You fucking glum cunt.
That is a brilliant insult. You fucking glum cunt.
It's poetic, isn't it?
It is. It's beautiful. You know, it's not oversold, you know. It's the beauty is in its simplicity, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the assonance in there as well. The you and, you know, fucking glum and cunt.
I gotta hear that again.
I heard.
You fucking glum cunt.
You glum cunt.
You fucking glum cunt.
That's the greatest thing.
Oh, he just has the best fucking lines. You fucking glum cunt. What is that?
I want him to yell at my girlfriend when I'm mad. You annoy him when you talk during his Ozzy songs, you cunt. He just wants to smell your pussy. Play with his nipples, selfish.
You glum cunt. Glum.
I did for anybody ever. Ever. You fucking glum cunt. You didn't fucking crack a smile with the tree ceremony out there. Nothing.
What?
The fuck do I have to do? And remember whose fucking roof you're under. You ingrate bitch. And that's it. The game's over, okay? The game's over. Let the new games begin.
What? The game's over. Now there's new games.
Yeah,
what do the new games consist of?
I can only imagine.
Same as the old games.
The old games were a little rough.
Mel calling and cursing her out.
Yes. You'd make a great villain. Like Batman or something.
This is fantastic. He's fucking out of his bird.
Be in the next Scream movie, maybe?
Yeah, just fucking yelling.
Maybe this is all about a game of checkers that went wrong. That's the whole thing. And I said, king me, you cunt.
I like how he's mad that she didn't even smile at the tree ceremony. It's like, Mel, maybe you got to step it up a little more than a tree ceremony.
Did that come up yet or no?
Yeah, he just said it.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear it.
A local tree ceremony, probably.
It's like, why would she be smiling at a tree ceremony anyway?
These self-important douches, that's what they do because they have nothing else to do during the day, so they go to a dumb local tree ceremony.
Didn't even smile once while I was washing my car? Who cares, Mel? Jesus.
I was peeling back my cuticles, and you looked disinterested. You cunt.
The game's over, okay? The game's over. Let the new games begin. So you can get it on with anybody else, and your son can watch it. What is it, number 45 he's going to have to look at?
But that means he knew that he was number 44.
44. How many cocks have you sucked? Including me?
Number 45 he's going to have to look at? Fucking good. So fucking sorry I had a child with you. Now I am. Now that I see you. I hope you fucking don't sleep.
Hold on. He just, and I don't hope you die. I hope you toss and turn. I hope you can't get the temperature right. I hope you don't fucking sleep.
I hope the side of the fitted sheet pops off and you wake up and you're actually on the mattress. You glum cunt.
I hope there's a crack in the drapes and the light hits you right in the eye. You childless, broken-pussied animal.
I hope right before you fucking fall asleep, a commercial comes on that's a lot louder than the program, you cunt, and wakes you up. The new games have started. You fuck.
What are some of the new
I
games?
hope you wake up with crusty eyes and drool.
I hope you doze off and then wake up immediately and have to tinkle out of your broken glum cunt.
I hope when you're just at the brink of falling asleep, you do that stupid leg kick thing and it wakes you up.
I never should have had a child with you. I hope I should have thought of this before I said it, because I have nothing. I hope you don't sleep. What a terrible insult.
I hope you don't sleep.
I hope that your hat display tips over.
I hope you're making eggs and one of the yolks breaks.
I hope right when you get into bed and pull the covers, you realize you have to piss. And get out of bed and piss out of that cunt. That glum cunt.
I hope you find a hair in your marmalade while spreading it on your toast.
I hope you want to make French toast and realize no eggs.
Yeah, his hopes for her, like, bad fucking luck is really stupid.
It is rough when you don't sleep, though.
Yeah, it is.
It is rough.
That I see you. I hope you fucking don't sleep. Hope you fucking waste. You fucking ruined me. You fucking ingrate. I'm so mad. I'm so angry. And this is not the nicotine. This is the truth. You fucking don't love me one bit. You know it. You using bitch.
He's so mad. Oh, that's it.
Wow.
That's it for tape 7.
Wow.
It's a short one.
Angry. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I didn't think it was nicotine either. I thought it was some adolescence that he was talking about.
You think we'll be here 6 months from now? Here's tape number 232. How many fucking tapes are coming out?
You know what? I hope so. I really hope so. I'll be very sad at the last tape.
I don't think this is the last one. Well, it's getting close to the last one.
Yeah?
Because he's calming down.
But he said game over, new game.
New game. Yeah, that's true. So we might have to listen to some of the new games for a while. Someone wrote, I hope your milk is past its spoil date. Blue Healer.
Just,
we got another Mel Gibson audio
reading
clip.
all those tapes were from the same day. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a lot of energy to expend in a fucking day.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. That last tape, that just seemed like he wanted to talk. Like.
Yeah.
It's very hard again. You've nothing to bounce off. Like it's almost impossible to keep that level of rage going. Like, oh, poor Mel.
So the 7th was the last.
All right, that was it. Okay.
Was it?
I don't know. Like I can't.
Okay. I think there should be like Opie says there's another clip.
How many Mel Gibson?
Yeah. What is this? Say voicemail, or is it him talking to her?
I don't know. We're going to listen to it cold.
Oh, nice.
I guess we got to give a plug to Radar Online.
Yeah.
For bringing all this goodness to the world.
Yeah, they're the ones that have...
they got a gold mine with this stuff.
Supplying these.
They knew it, too. I'm sure they got all this material at once and then decided, let's just give them a little piece every day.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the final voicemail, though. This could be the end. This could be it, Anthony.
Oh, no.
You think this is it, or is there more audio?
I hope there's more. Oh.
Bobo's on the line.
Oh.
Hey, Bobo, you want to talk about Mr.
All right, we're not going to listen to Bobo.
Have you been following the Mel Gibson tapes?
It's why
kind
I'm
of old
alive.
news now, but
It's making me believe in God again.
yeah. Whose side are you on?
Mel's. I love
on,
every
man.
moment of those tapes. I want more. I'm like, please, Lord,
Yeah.
hear our prayer.
So you found an answer?
No. Typical internet 2025 gives you everything you want, what you actually fucking ask for.
Yeah.
Try Grok or something, which is the equivalent of late 90s search engine.
Yeah. Where you find things.
Well, it's
OJ.
like, you know, it's electric. Nuts. We're gonna listen to it.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Final voice he left this.
The baby, and I want to talk reasonably about your
What's this?
All that. He left this voicemail that we're about to hear.
Hi, I'm just calling to check on your status, the status of puppy, the baby, and I want to talk reasonably about schedules and how we haven't got a voice left, how we go further. Just reasonably. There's no passion left anyway, so I don't need to get mad. I figured that out. Doesn't matter enough. I just, want to do the right thing now, so everybody's comfortable. All right? Okay, bye.
Wait, after all we've listened to.
Who the fuck does he sound like? It's driving me nuts.
A lunatic.
A lunatic, of course.
After all we've been
He goes,
listening to.
I don't have any voice. Of
No
course he
voice.
doesn't have any
He's
voice
been
left.
screaming cunt at her the entire time.
It actually sounds like our old boss in Boston trying to negotiate with us. Boys.
Boys, give me a call.
We'll talk about schedules, boys.
Just want to make things right.
So now he just wants to make things right because the passion's gone.
I just fuck it. Just fuck it. He does sound beaten. Yeah, he sounds like kind of
I
a
don't think
beaten
he sounds
man there.
beaten. I think he just sounds exhausted.
Exhausted
He's-
from just screaming.
He's dehydrated from yelling so much.
You listen to the first recording, and he was just screaming, cunt, and then now.
Now he's just high.
He needs electrolytes.
I've had
She won, is what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, he's defeated. Like, or it could be another strategy. It's like, okay, well, the whole anger thing didn't work, so now it's like, okay, I'm past the anger. It's over. I accept it. Let's just talk. Please ring me.
Yeah,
please. But no, he's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, tapes. There was anywhere between 5 and 9 tapes.
Oh.
Or 5 conversations and 4 messages that were released. There's rumors that there were tapes that weren't released, but I doubt that. She had more tapes. She would have released them to some fucking tabloid.
Well, given their kind of drip feed pattern, maybe a deal was struck that further tapes wouldn't be released.
Yeah, maybe. So he ended up anyway. He had to go to domestic abuse counseling sessions.
Okay.
Did some level of community service and paid $570 in fines.
Okay.
Which is not too much, you know.
No, not- especially not for him.
No.
Oh, what a trip. I mean, I remember listening to these, maybe back in the day, even.
Yeah.
Or not very long after when these recordings showed up on YouTube, you know? And no, I just, like, it still doesn't stop being funny.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking hilarious.
2011. Jesus Christ. Where does the fucking years go at all? Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. Like, and unexpected as well. Because I think before that, didn't we have like the Alex Baldwin tapes? There seemed to be a spate of celebrities, just men as well. You never get the tapes of the women because generally it's not something men do, you know. And even when men do it, it never looks well. It's like it's almost always called out like, oh, well, why is he doing that? He must be doing that because where's the beginning of the conversation? Where's the 6 months preceding that? But if it's a woman that releases the tapes, well, then it's just like, oh, the man is a monster. But obviously, Mel recovered. I'm not sure how Oksana is doing or what she's doing. Can we find one of her songs? I don't think we got to listen to any of her music that Mel paid for. He did pay for her.
So her name would be Gibson, right?
I don't know, unless she went by her maiden name. What was her? What did you say her name was again? Mel Gibson and Oksana.
Okay, Grave something or other.
Yeah. Oksana Grigorieva. Yeah, and that's the hard thing as well, because I'm sure he didn't tell her at the time that it was a waste of his fucking money. Indulge her in her musical career. But I don't know. Maybe she had a voice. Hopefully it hasn't been scrubbed by YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any. There's something called Thunder here from 2 years ago, but I don't think that's what we want. But I have found her channel. Okay, 6 years ago. Okay.
I haven't
all right.
Say My Name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. All right, say my name, I guess. Whatever. I mean, they're all probably going to be the same anyway.
Yeah, they are fairly similar.
Yeah. Ugh. I get what Opie means now about like James Bond intro music.
Have you got it playing? It's not on screen.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're listening to it privately.
How come that I swear to God, I thought the screen was being shared when I was looking for the... Oh, fuck it. I don't care.
Calling my
Hmm.
name. When I was half awake, the birds and the leaves have joined October gray. But cold days are coming. The simple truth is plain. I'll have to walk a few more miles before you say my name again. My name again.
Okay, fair play. She does have a voice.
Yeah. It's a pity about the plastic surgery, though. She does have some fine blowjob lips, it's got to be said. But yeah, not outstanding. I suppose we can't look at it objectively anyway, can we? Given everything we know about her. But yeah, it's okay. It's not bad.
I mean, no, that's a pretty good voice. It's just not being utilized in a superior way, I think, is why you're not exactly electrified by it. I think it's like, what do you call it? Kind of loungy EDM is what it needs, you know.
Yeah.
Kind of take drugs and chill out under the sun, and you know, with some good EDM and her voice.
Yeah.
Good day.
Yeah, it's kind of lounge music though as it stands, isn't it? It's yeah. I don't think I'd stop and be captivated by it. It's just like all right. Yeah, play a little bit more. Give me maybe I'm being too harsh. Let me close my eyes so I don't have to look at her.
Okay.
Beggars and kings are tied to what they've got, unreachable things, and now become my lot, as if my only treasure was dust and blew away. I'll have to walk a few more miles before you say my name again. My name again. My name again. Stand in the rain until you let me know. Show me the way. I got no way back home, and every time my heart beats, it's one less that remains. I'll have to walk a few more miles before you say my name again. My name again.
Okay, yeah, okay, enough.
Yeah, it's very repetitive.
Yeah, lyrically, it's
Mm.
nothing. Like, it's strange to hear what she's saying half the time beyond "Say My Name Again," and she's got.
Oh, right.
Well,
Yeah, I can understand her perfectly. It's just not like
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like I get it, but it could be a little less chorusy.
Yeah, all right.
For some reason, I'm just annoyed by the chorus. But fair play. However, I'm tempted to go into the comments section and type, "You fucking glum cunt."
Yeah, at least she's giving credit where it's due. Produced and directed by Mel Gibson. Oh, Mel helped her write it as well. Written by Oksana Grigorieva and Mel Gibson.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, that was a very complicated and spicy relationship they had then.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it seemed like fun as well. There's a lot going on. Movie star, aspiring singer. I'm sure she didn't use that to her advantage. Hope she thanked him for it, because let's face it, without his backing, that wouldn't have happened at all.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would have heard her name.
Yeah.
And that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I think you have to be in with a certain crowd to, get anywhere. And I guess on some level she knew that,
Kind of prophetic song as well. Say my name again. It's the only way anyone's going to say her fucking name is in relation to Mel Gibson. You should have just walked those few more miles, those extra steps to the jacuzzi to give him a blowjob. You might have a successful music career. All right, poor Oksana. We shouldn't look too much because, it's not unique to Mel.
No.
It's just that it so happens he's so famous and was unfortunate enough to have his dirty linen aired in public on more than one fucking occasion. But if anything, it shows that even someone as famous as Mel, you get over it eventually, and it's not the end of the world. And his star is now rising again. Doesn't he have his own? Is he making movies again? He's kind of part of that group where they're making anti-woke movies, isn't it? Or a return to old violent movies, and he was involved in that project to it was about human trafficking, was it? There was some documentary that a couple of them made about human trafficking children.
Oh yeah, that flash in the pan thing that never really kind of
I never looked into it.
Be anything.
Yeah, I just remember hearing a lot about it, and then it kind of vanished off the radar. Yeah, it's not one of those things that's going to drag you to the cinema, is it? Okay, well, where are we going tonight? Oh, we're going to watch movie about child trafficking. Okay, so no blowjobs tonight then.
I don't know. Depends what you're into. You know?
Is it true? Yeah. There's an audience for everything, huh?
Oh man, it's not looking good for our friend here. Let me just pull this up here. Like it's bad, man. It's bad. Monster Summer. Well, like what the fuck is that?
Is that the name of the? What is that?
It's a movie.
Oh.
Monster Summer is PG-13. When a mysterious force begins to disrupt their big summer fun, Noah and his friends team up with a retired police detective to embark on a monstrous adventure to save their island. Looks like a child's film, and it's only got 5.7 out of 10. So that's great. Then Boneyard, 4.1, which is fucking abysmal. Looks like a kind of a buddy cop thing. Inspired by the true events of a serial killer that may still be out there today. Nothing beyond that. So yeah, that's last year. He was in a show called Continental for 3 episodes. Irishman, Cormac O'Connor, which I don't want to fucking see him try to do. He's Desperation Road, which might actually be biographical about his later career. A southern noir set.
Excuse me.
Tough and tumble Mississippi town where a woman and her young daughter are caught in the crossfire when whiskey, guns, and the desire for revenge violently intersect. Yeah, it's not doing. He's not doing too great.
No, he's what's this new movie? Flight Risk. A pilot transports an air marshal accompanying a fugitive to trial. As they cross the Alaskan wilderness, tensions soar and trust is tested, as not everyone on board is who they seem.
Okay, so that's due to come out later this year, is it?
I know it's come out already. Let me see.
Oh, upcoming. Oh, no, that's Mermaid. No, well, IMDb must not be updating his page, which is very odd.
Maybe he's just produced it or something. No, that would still be on IMDb. This is IMDb. What's going on? Oh, directed by Mel Gibson. Okay.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Mel Gibson and Mark Wahlberg. So yeah, I think they've partnered up because they've had enough of the woke Hollywood shit.
Right.
The kiddie fuckery.
Okay, fair play. Judging by his the last let's say the last 3 years of his career, it was a good decision to not actually star in that movie that he's making.
Mm-hmm.
Because people don't like him, man. However, I helped my mother watch, get a hold of a copy of The Gladiator a few months ago, because it just kind of took her fancy one night. I think because there's The Gladiator 2, and she may have seen that, so wanted to go back to the original. So he has appeal,
It's Mel Gibson, and Mel Gibson isn't in Gladiator.
The Gladiator, yeah, he's the main character. He's the Gladiator.
No, he's not. That's
then who is it?
That's the other Australian dude.
Who?
What's his name? Hang on.
Russell Crowe.
Yeah, there you go.
All right,
you're mixing up your Australians. In fairness, there's only 2 of them. Like, so, and Australians are like they're like African Americans, they all look the same in certain light, Yeah, Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe, right? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay. We fire a 5-hour mark, right? I think it's time to pull the curtain.
Yeah, we didn't quite make the casino standard, but we're close. So yeah. There's 3 diehards who have stuck with us all the way.
All right, fair play.
So
God bless you.
Thank you for coming along with us, folks. It's been, it's been. Right, I'm too tired to think of a sign off, so let's
come back next week.
There you go. Yeah,
Friday,
yeah.
Same time.
Action.
We'll send Howard some uppers and the post awake in the wee hours of the morning. Yeah, so join us next week again, 9:30, and come along, and we'll open up the last hour so people can come on if they want. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'd like to hear from you. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, folks. So Ihawa, and we'll see you next week. And thanks for coming along and listening and watching in. It's very much appreciated.